never had so many orgasms in one fucking song. Fucking hell.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Not me.
Bar Neely's. Read. Neely's bar. It doesn't say that.
Crazy, maybe so I am, but not for me to say. I asked her out that night, but she was quite a busy girl, so I took her ranging for this Saturday. As I walked away, I saw her.
It figures. There you go. Saved you all from malaria. Life is a funny, funny way.
I'm going either way.
But why?
My
I'm
wife.
looking for someone.
My wife.
Someone very important to me.
My wife. My wife.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean,
Oh, hello.
Oh, get the other guy first.
Look at you bossing me around with your 75 hours.
Yeah, damn straight.
So we have one. I don't do well with horror in games like this. Like it, I don't. I genuinely don't. It's time to switch to Dead by Daylight. No, people wanted this. People voted for this. And Sid gifted me the a little pastry. Hi, people. You've been missed.
Yeah, boy.
Hi.
You're looking nice
I'm
tonight,
British,
much.
bruh.
Hi, peeps.
You're looking pretty tonight.
Oh, thank y'all.
Gorgeous.
Oh my god. Your profile pictures are amazing to look at, too. Oh! Shit, you scared me now! Jesus fucking Christ, broski! What the fuck? That legitimately fucking jump scared me! Bruh! Bruh! I will literally show up and be like, where are my balls, Taz? Simon says. And I'll shove them in your mouth. Apple skewer. The pancake balls. Okay? The pancake balls. Don't worry. Your balls are safe. I mean...
And your questionable taste. Plug and play
What is
has a new
this?
meaning. Smells a bit funky. Thank
Only love when they're playing. Say when they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you know.
It's right over there. Holy shit, this seems like a... Oh! Okay, that was not what I wanted to do.
Straight up into the... Oh, it was so good. Oh, it was so... Slips in through a back door. And a few of these people right here will definitely know what I'm singing about now. And now I've got you. And you're not what I asked for. And I'm on. So call me maybe. What is that? What is that? Do you guys hear that drum in the back that sounds like a fucking knocking on a door? That scared the living shit out of me.
No.
Listen, try and listen to it. In the chorus. It's a bongo.
Oh. It's a simulated bongo.
It's a simulation. I legitimately thought that was why I stopped. I looked around. I was like, who the fuck is knocking on my door? We're gonna go knock on every door, okay? We're looking for Mary. It's very urgent that we are going to a dead town. Right? Completely empty. Dead town. With no people. Just a lot of fog. Really important we knock on every door and we say, Mary! Mary! I'm sorry I didn't pay attention when you went to the hairdresser. Come back, please.
Just face it, you're sexy, okay? That's what she's trying to tell you.
What the fuck was that?
It was Ranza saying she wanted dip for balls in it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. Like, I get stupid when he does that. Like, everything just fades, and I'm like, so yeah. I have a TikTok of him doing that actually.
That's funny. That's like me and Rock when he just walks around. I just stare at
Yeah,
him
just like I could eat that, right?
right? I could never be a vegetarian.
No, me neither, man.
Oh my god.
Could never be a vegan. No.
No, no, I know,
Mary
no.
Mo.
Records and be my Tracy girl.
Yay!
God damn, how you got any breath left?
I forgot there's like no place to breathe in that song.
But it makes me so happy. Happy, 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 happy. Oh my god, that was so good. Fuck. Oh, I haven't heard you do that one in a while.
I wasn't able to sing it that.
Yeah, Christmas, my dear. The time of year to be with the one you love. So won't you tell me you never more. Christmas and New Year will find you. Oh, there'll be
What you on about?
What you want to do?
You forgot to change the filter. That was not it, no, but that was perfect. Oh my god. It all fits perfectly into today's theme, right? We no, like Sid should actually should have been here. We might have this exact same discussion later on, or another day where Sid is also here, or somebody else, because this is a
Strand, I'm sorry. Take care of that fucker.
Banter.
How you've been up for like fucking 26, 27 hours? How long now?
Just about 27, a half hour before 27.
Why are you not going to bed?
I have no clue.
I
we having all the
don't
fun
know
in here.
anymore. I don't know.
I don't think I can.
What are you doing?
I'm grabbing your crotch.
Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No.
Now I can pet your head. Let me turn on the question is, should we go downstairs again? Nope. Nope. Nope.
Hello.
For fuck's sake! Hope. Fuck you, bitch.
Mama, your child has arrived.
Oh, am I at the graveyard? You know what? I think the well seems like a better choice now. I don't want to go for a graveyard. Is that... Oh, it's... ooh, well, I don't mind this. I don't...
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
Taz? What have I said about too many candy nuts? You're not supposed to suck on them that long. You're supposed to crush them.
Need to make a sound that, like, the whoopsie sound. Good with these lockers, man. He doesn't know I'm in here! How did he know? Bet! I'm first in line. What?
Now, before we continue,
Yes?
I want you to do a cappella, alright?
Ah!
Okay.
Oh! That felt so good!
Let's do it again.
You wanna try again? I mean, we can. No, Mama, it's a dad joke. I get that, but like... Ordered an egg and a chicken. I got it though. It took a while, but I got there. I'm embarrassed. You were a toad, Mikey. You were a toad, a croaking toad by the creek. Ribbit.
I won't have my hat.
Oh. To the left. There you go.
Why am I not surprised?
To the left. In.
I hope he got a lot of good scares out of it. I am such a femboy. Ooh woo. Oh my god.
You know, I said that to you in confidence.
Alright. No, I just need to You're not, you're gonna die by the time you get healed. Get out!
Am I stressing you guys?
Nah.
I just so.
Nope. Nope. Why? Why is there mysterious? Why am I even wandering in a fucking dead forest? And he's just looking up. Well, because I'm looking up, right? But still, like, Jesus Christ.
Are there
My hero.
Kage!
He's over here.
I love it. That's so good. Oh my god. You just sing it as
Oh no, I didn't quite get the point.
Was that enough?
I think I'm beginning to understand. I'm not. I'm gonna start checking generators.
Yeah, same here.
I'm a horse.
We have one in Maine. I got her. So you're never gonna be ready, so that's why we're just gonna jump into it. Thanks. Hi everybody, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Let me switch scenes here in just a sec. Getting some good and I get there now. Hi. Welcome everybody. We're gonna pause the commands because I've learned that the hard way. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Hello. I promise Lulu, you'll teach her how to play DBD. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I woke up.
Stylish white tea.
I
Oh,
woke up
dear.
like this. I legitimately woke up, what, like 30 minutes ago, and I texted text. I was like,
I was like, no rush.
and
I'm not ready.
Not me. And apparently I woke up and my body decided that today is one of those days where I should sound like I've been smoking for 70 years and that I need an inhaler. So I'm sorry if I accidentally cough in your ears. I'll try to remember to mute up. But yeah. Her Dr. Phil class is ready to
Dive into someone's psyche.
Seven, what in the fucking AI commentary are you doing right now? No, welcome to this very early sit down with Dex, actually. With being
Who decided this time?
I think it was you because you have something you have to do later.
Oh, yeah.
But today we're going to be talking about being involuntary single because yes, and you heard it here first, ladies out there, Dex is single. And not by his choice.
Since when?
So cheesy. So look at
Yes,
these kids.
garish.
So last time we had Lulu on in the little tree talk, as I call it, and welcome to Tree Talk. Talking about being chosen single. So today we're gonna get the perspective
opposite.
from a person who is single but definitely is not choosing it, right? So should we dive into the who are you?
Sure.
Yeah. 3 things your friends would say about you.
Mm.
You can't ask me, that's cheating.
Oh. Oh, damn it. Well, limited amount of friends. I'd say that I am supportive, I'd say empathetic
Mm.
and trustworthy. I think you're going to say something to me and you're not going to know that it's going to be spread about 15,000 people because I haven't got 15,000 people.
I mean, you can look at it like that. Yeah, sure. Three things your parents would say about you.
I reckon they'd say observant, quietly observant, hardworking, and kind.
Kind? Yeah.
Just I had a mole. Okay. Anyway.
Three things a potential partner would say about you.
Thoughtful, devoted, respectful. Can't speak to this one. Sorry, Seven. Next time.
maybe in the next live, Seven. So what I see is that your friends see you as this very empathetic person with room for them and also loyalty, right? Your parents see you as a quiet but yet wise, I would say, person, right? Hardworking, you have your priorities in order for them. And then a potential partner, when I say potential partner, it's also kind of like who you maybe also want to reflect as to them. And thoughtful and devoted and respectful are three good qualities to have to walk into a relationship with, for sure. Did you
I feel
manage
like your friend level, if you have like the friend level and you kind of compare it with the partner level, it's like the deeper layer.
Exactly. Because we should be going a little no pun intended. Go a little deeper with our partner than our friends, right? But it's that whole our partner should know us just a little better than our friends and our family, right? That is like
it's like the vulnerability side, isn't it?
Yeah.
That gives you that like connection.
Exactly. Because what is that connection if they don't know you like that, right?
Right.
Then it's just another friend. I know you wanted to do the personality test and add to it as well, and that is a brilliant idea. I'm not gonna lie. So, did you manage to get your results for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't done a new one, but I have the results from last one. Or should I do a new one now?
No, you could just that's fine. If you just give me the result. When was the last time you took the test?
A few years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, things might have changed since then, right?
That's
but I took mine in March.
Okay.
So fairly recent. Actually, before I started up these Mental Mondays, because I was curious. I wanted to use it in an episode, but I stepped away from that.
Yeah. I think when you read it, you'll be like, it kind of relates to what I've said.
Yeah. Oh, Defender. So Dex is an ISFJ personality. Defenders are very dedicated and warm protectors, always ready to defend their loved ones. Yes, yes. Love only grows by sharing. You can only have more for yourself by giving it away to others. That's a good quote. I'm sorry. In their unassuming, understated way, people with ISFJ personality type help make the world go round. Hardworking and devoted, these personalities feel a deep sense of responsibility to those around them. Defenders can be counted on to meet deadlines, remember birthdays and special occasions, uphold traditions, and shower their loved ones with gestures of care and support. But they rarely demand recognition for all they do. preferring instead to operate behind the scenes. This is a capable, can-do personality type with a wealth of versatile gifts. Though sensitive and caring, defenders also have excellent analytical abilities and an eye for detail. And despite their reserve, they tend to have well-developed people skills and robust social relationships. These personalities are truly more than the sum up of their parts, and their varied strengths shine in even the most ordinary aspects of their daily lives. Defenders are true altruists, meeting kindness with kindness in excess and engaging with the work and people they believe in with enthusiasm and generosity. There's so much here. You guys want to hear the rest? Hi, Puddles. The gift of loyalty. One of the greatest defender strengths is loyalty. They rarely allow a friendship or relationship to fade away from lack of effort. Instead, they invest a great deal of oh my god, a great deal of energy into maintaining strong connections with their loved ones, and not just by sending "How are you doing?" text. People with this personality type are known for dropping everything and lending a hand whenever a friend or family member is going through a hard time. Defenders tend to feel most energized and effective when they're showing up for someone who needs their help. And their sense of loyalty doesn't stop with their nearest and dearest. It often extends to their communities, their employers, and even family traditions. But the intensity of their commitment and desire to serve can have its downsides. Other people may take advantage of defenders' help, hardworking nature, leaving them feeling burned out and overworked. And these personalities may feel guilty or stressed when they contemplate saying no or making changes, even necessary changes, to themselves, their relationships, or the way that they've done things in the past. A notable defender's weakness is that they often find change difficult, particularly when it's sudden or involves unfamiliar territory. In fact, they're most likely personality type to feel stressed about last-minute changes. The highest of standards. Huh, this sounds like... For defenders, good enough is rarely good enough. People with this personality type can be meticulous to the point of perfectionism. Yeah, I see that. They take their responsibilities seriously, consistently going above and beyond and doing everything that they can to exceed others' expectations. Yes. Despite their hard work and consistency, defenders' personalities are still known for their humility. They rarely seek spotlight for the things they do, but that doesn't mean that they're okay with being unnoticed and underappreciated. While defenders tend to underplay their accomplishments, that doesn't mean that they don't enjoy recognition, or that they are fine with being taken for granted. Unless they learn to stand up for themselves, people with this personality type may find themselves quietly losing their enthusiasm and motivation, eventually becoming resentful towards those who just don't seem to appreciate them, showing up for others and themselves. Although they're introverted, defenders' personalities have a deeply social nature, thanks to their ability to remember the details of other people's lives. They have a special talent for making their friends and acquaintances feel seen, known, and cherished. Few personality types can match their ability to choose just the right gift for any occasion, whether large or small. Dedicated and thoughtful, defenders find great joy in helping those around them build stable, secure, and happy lives. It may not be easy for people with this personality type to show up for themselves in the way that they show up for others, but when they do, they often find themselves with even more energy and motivation to do good in the world. So other defenders we may know: Beyonce, Queen Elizabeth II, Aretha Franklin, and Vin Diesel. Selena Gomez as well.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Captain America.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a...
So yeah, that's a little bit about Dex's personality type.
I think the romantic relationship point in the little sub bit.
The sub bit. Where
On
is
the
that
left.
one?
Your introduction that you just read, and 2
Mhm.
down, there's romantic relationships.
Oh, right here. Yeah. In romantic relationships. I see it now. Romantic relationships brings out a side of people with the defender personality type that may not be obvious at first glance. Beneath their patient and very demure exterior, defenders with passionate commitment and loyalty towards the people they love. At times, even these personalities themselves may be surprised by the intensity of their feelings, especially their fierce desire to protect and care for their partner. Defenders' emotions run deep, so deep that people with this personality type may struggle to find the words to express just how much their partner means to them. But they show their affection in a million little ways on a daily basis, always eager to make their loved ones' lives a little better or more convenient. Defenders can transform even the most ordinary tasks, from cooking dinner to organizing a weekend trip, into a heartfelt gesture of love. ISFJ personalities usually express their love and affection not through grandiose declarations, but rather through consistent everyday gestures that demonstrate thoughtfulness and care. A defender in love, although generally a proactive, can-do personality type, many defenders struggle to take the initiative when it comes to dating. Asking someone out can be incredibly uncomfortable for these personalities, who tend to worry about not only rejection, but also violating unspoken social rules. The bad news is that defenders can end up feeling stuck, wanting to embark a relationship, but waiting for another person to make the first move. Defenders approach dating and romance with an enormous level of dedication and loyalty. They value deep, enduring connections and are often seeking long-term commitment rather than short-lived adventures. When they do find themselves in a relationship, defenders are, in a word, committed. People with this personality type find great fulfillment in sharing their time, energy, and affection with another person. And as partners, they tend to be incredibly giving and supportive. They don't take their relationships lightly, and they don't give up easily, even when challenges inevitably arise. ISFJ personalities tend to have a realistic appreciation for the amount of effort what a healthy long-term relationship requires, and they're more than willing to put in the work necessary to build a lasting bond with a person they cherish. Soundness of heart. Defenders' pragmatic approach to life can sometimes shield the incredibly strong feelings that lie within their heart. It's no surprise then that it can take these personalities a relatively long time to recover from the heartache of a breakup, or even particularly painful disagreement. Defenders can give so much of themselves into relationships that they can feel deeply hurt when they believe that someone isn't offering them enough love, commitment, respect, and appreciation in return. Unfortunately, defenders may find it difficult to break off a relationship, even when things just aren't working out. People with this personality type may hang on due to misplaced loyalty, a general fear of change, or the hope that they can somehow figure out how to change any problems for the better. It would be a mistake, however, to think that defenders are pushovers in their relationships. Although these personalities generally try to avoid conflict. Yeah, I see that. They have a clear and firm opinion and preference on all kinds of subjects. And when they feel as if their partner isn't respecting their wishes, all their repressed frustration and disappointment may eventually boil over in the form of negativity, resentment, or heels stuck in stubbornness. Defenders fully devote themselves to their partner, but they may feel unfulfilled unless they remember to also honor their own hopes and dreams. In their hearts, however, what defenders' personality want most is to ensure their partner's happiness and well-being. As long as they balance their desire with healthy amount of attention to their own needs and aspirations, defenders can enjoy exactly the sort of enduring, impassioned relationships that they've always dreamed about. Interesting.
Some of it I agree with, some of it I don't.
What do you don't agree with?
It said about getting over, well, I guess I've never really had a bad breakup, but getting over like bad breakups can take a long time. It's not that they don't take a long time, but they're still like, because I've never had a bad one, the feelings are still there. Like they're still like mutual respect and that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good.
I also think like getting over someone is also like an individual thing, right?
Right.
It doesn't look the same for everybody. I am an advocate, an INFJ with an A. There's not many like me. I am a quiet visionary, often serving as an inspiring tireless idealist. These rare types of open-minded and imaginative, applying care and creativity to the world. I am a diplomat. I focus on empathy and cooperation, shining a diplomacy and counseling. Just look at the setting we're in right now. They're imaginative, warm, empathetic, and influential people, often playing the role as harmonizers. Those who prefer the confident individualism strategy is basically my strategy right now. Like doing things alone, choosing to rely on their own skills and instincts instead of seeking contact with other people. They know what they're good at. So I'm an idealist. I create harmony around people that I'm with. I'm the pocket therapist, basically. Sadly I can't go that deep, like, because I have the A, I have to unlock for full results, and I'm sorry, but I'm not paying for it right now. My relationships, I can go down to there's relationships here. In your relationships, you seek deep, authentic connections that go beyond surface level interactions. Very much true. Your empathy and intuitive understanding of others make you a valued friend and partner, capable of offering profound insights and unwavering support. You have a gift for creating safe spaces where others feel comfortable sharing their true selves, and you derive great satisfaction from helping those close to you grow and flourish. However, your own need for privacy and tendency to keep your innermost thoughts and feelings hidden can sometimes create barriers in relationships. You may struggle to open fully, fearing vulnerability or misunderstandings. Finding a balance between your desire for deep connections and your need for independence and alone time is crucial for your relationship satisfaction. Learning to communicate your needs clearly and managing your idealistic expectations of others will help you build and maintain the meaningful, fulfilling relationships you crave. So, yes, that was a little bit about May too.
Nice.
Some of the people that I have, I do remember that Oprah was in my section. I sadly can't see it because this was like a personality type strictly but I can go into the INFJ, which is the advocate, and I can go down and look. Mother Teresa.
No, yeah. Lady Gaga.
Martin Luther King. Nelson Mandela.
Jon Snow.
Yeah. Nicole Kidman.
Morgan Freeman. Who else? That's all I know.
So, does that mean I'm a horrible person? Garish. But I do have I do have the extra A, which is makes it slightly different. This was just who is in the advocate type. So what is the difference between the assertive advocate, which I am, and the turbulent advocate, which is another one? While assertive and turbulent are likely to be more alike than different, their identity personality trait provides some nuanced dissimilarities between the two. It impacts the way each thinks, acts, and responds to their worlds to a significant extent. Assertive advocates are more likely to be confident and relaxed. Turbulent advocates are more likely to question themselves more and are ordinarily more sensitive to stressors. To discover more about the general differences between blah 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 blah, please visit their overview page. Okay. Makes sense. Well, that being said, thank you for sharing that, Dex. It gives a lot of insight into who you are, most definitely.
Yeah, and then you can kind of relate it to like
The whole
whatever
conversation.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're turbulent as fuck, Lulu. I believe that.
Turbulent.
So Dex, what is monogamy to you?
Monogamy is having a relationship with one person at a time.
Yeah. That is
Yeah,
what it is.
That's pretty much what it is.
It means one marriage, right? So yeah. Monogamous Dex. So what is polyamory to you?
It's having a relationship with more than one person with like full consent of everyone involved.
Which one do you relate to more?
Relate to more?
Yeah.
Monogamy, personally.
Okay. Could you see yourself as a polyamorous person?
No. 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 I don't think so.
That's a valid answer. Like, because it's like a choice, right? I firmly believe it's a choice. And it's not for everybody. What do you think are the biggest controversies about each dynamic? So, what are the biggest controversies about monogamy and then polyamory after?
I guess monogamy, you've always got that like cheating thing, like anyone else is gonna be a threat to like, I don't know, a relationship or whatever. Whereas polyamory might not see it the same way. And you've got like societal like pressure. I feel like the monogamy nowadays, it's like kind of like pushing on for like, you know, the whole normal kind of you get with someone type thing, and then marriage, kids, etc.
Yeah.
Whereas I think that polyamory is a different. It's not in the societal norm. I think it's coming into, but I don't think it is.
No, that's really, yeah. I think that is also really good while I'm like with me sitting down with you as well, because we get like a different perspective on it as well, right? And you said the whole like societal pressure in monogamy to, you know, set your roots down. That is what life is about. You should find a wife and get kids and get a Volvo and a dog and a white picket fence and a house. And yeah, exactly. Because that is what life is about. That societal pressure, if you're monogamous, to live that way. Whereas polyamory doesn't have that in the same, like the pressure is not there. It's more about find a person you love, right?
Right.
No, I can see that. Yeah, I can. That was a good insight. Thank you for that. That was new. That is not something that we've heard like prior in these conversations.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Good. All good.
Do you think any of them are true? Like, do you feel that there is like a societal pressure?
I mean, I'm not poly, but I think there is societal pressure, especially to, you know, sort your life out before you're 30. I feel like if you're not, I feel like because you're surrounded by all your mates and stuff or whatever, and you have people like younger than you that's like, oh, we're already getting married and shit, having their first child, and they're all got a mortgage on their house, and you know, and you're not in that. You feel like you're not a failure, but you know, you're not like catching up, or you're not like where you should be.
Yeah. I can see
Where I
why
think
that can feel relatable. Yeah.
I don't think poly has the same societal like we got to settle down, have kids type thing. It's more of like a group relationship type. I don't think it's quite as broad as monogamy is trade out.
Mm. Okay, I'm sorry. I was reading chat. You should try to have differences. Exactly, 7. Do you think that in today's society there is? Well, we've just covered that, and yes, you think so. That there is pressure to being in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel pressure? Do you feel pressure to live that lifestyle, or is it because you want it?
I don't feel pressured. I'm not out there all the time looking for it. Because that's how I want to go about it. But I just can see why people may feel pressured, especially when they're getting older. I've had situations where like older women have been like messaging on like dating sites or whatever, and they'll be like looking to settle down type thing. Like they kind of pushing themselves onto the idea of I'm not gonna be able to have children much longer, or I'm not going to settle down long enough, or that sort of thing. So it's like I can see how people can be pressured into that. That person.
Have you experienced personally, like through dating sites and such, that older women have this like panicky, and that they go for younger men to kind of fulfill that?
Yeah, I reckon.
Because
I don't know
see
if that happens
pattern.
often, but I have had experience with that.
Yeah, I could like I got kids at a very young age, so I don't have that pressure to kind of get that, right? But I could
Right.
see, like, mentally I could see why women my age would go on a dating site if they don't have kids, if they are not married and they want that and they feel pressure to have that in their life, that they would go for younger men, right?
Right.
To fulfill that. Because not only is there like a health thing involving in that, like with the whole I have to, get my gene pool out there, but it's also the whole aspect of the life process, and also that they can basically take over where you can't, right? So it's ensuring
Right.
the future in some way.
Longevity.
Exactly,
Yeah.
longevity. That was the word I was looking for. This is why he's my best friend, guys. He just slings them out there. He knows exactly what I mean. No, it's like I can see why, in lack of a better word, older women, but I'm really talking about women my age and up, right? If they feel that pressure and that stress, that they would go for younger guys.
Right.
And that is where the whole cougar term came to life, right? But I don't see a cougar as a person who is legitimately panicking. I see it as someone that is, hey, I'm living my fucking best life. That is how it
Right.
goes, right? Whereas
Yeah.
I can see pressured women.
The desperation.
Yeah, the
kind of,
desperation. That is not a cougar. That is a person who is severely wounded, and feeling that there is some kind of norm to live up to, right? Can one be both? Garish? You can
Cougar and
be a carrot if you wanted to. It's just a matter of enough orange paint and a green top. I'm a
carrot.
Until I married someone who couldn't have kids. Yeah, Puds. And that is also where a lot of women make the fatal mistake of going into relationships. Me, I wasn't pressured with the whole kids thing. For me, it was more, I was hopping, and Dex have witnessed this for the past fucking 6-7 years. Hopping into relationship hopping, right? Because I felt a pressure and a need to be that way for someone else. I felt the pressure and the need to be married. I felt the pressure and the need to have a partner, to not be alone, right? So I do relate a lot to it, and I can see why women that, especially women that doesn't have kids, would go on dating apps and try and actually link up, in lack of a better word, with younger guys, which is unfortunately, because what is the trade-off for this? That you take care of them.
Yeah, or are you
right?
just like this sperm donor, or are
Yeah,
you like
exactly.
what is it?
So no, I can see that, like, especially the way that you said it, because going into a relationship with a woman that is a little bit older, that immediately tells you, I want kids. It's kind of like, okay, well, just go to a sperm bank, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can do it yourself.
It's not in my personality type. Soz.
It's kind of
Try
like,
again next week.
you want that with someone special to you. You don't want it as a trade-off for living
Right.
the right life in other
Mhm.
people's eyes, right? So do you believe that polyamory provides more freedom versus, for example, monogamy or being single?
More freedom. I think that's personal to the person, like to a group of people, or yourself. Yeah, some people like being single, and some people don't. And I think freedom. I don't know.
I personally believe, and this is just me, that polyamory is so complex that a lot of people say, I like to have my freedom while being in a relationship.
Right.
Where truth of the matter is, with the content that I've been watching regarding all of this, is that freedom is in the eye of the beholder. Not only that, but polyamory does not bring more freedom.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah, there's more
whole,
restrictions.
there's more
in some
restrictions,
regards.
there's more boundaries, there's more feelings and emotions, there's more everything. But I think a lot of people that are new to polyamory goes into that, or doesn't know about polyamory, sits there and think, oh, it's just a cheap cop out for, you know, being with multiple people at once and having sex everywhere. And I'm like, no, I don't think it provides more freedom. I think you're pretty much more locked down. I think the true freedom, if we have to look at freedom as a bachelor kind of freedom, right? That comes with being single, because you are not tied. You're only responsible for yourself, right?
Right. Yeah.
So no, I that is yeah. I'm sorry, I'm really out of it today, guys. I know that the flow has been bad right now. How do you maintain romantic connections whilst being single? Jesus Christ, that was hard.
Romantic connection. I think having a good friend network that can like support, I don't know, support a close friendship is good. How do you? Yeah, I don't know.
And I think you're hitting it on the nail right there, the nail on the head. That because
You have to get it from somewhere, I guess. But like, I think it's the respect that.
What does a romantic connection look to you? And I'm not like, to people out there, I'm not talking like sex. I'm talking like a romantic connection is that deep-rooted respect, the vulnerability, the sharing, the caring, the friendship that could evolve romantic into a romantic, deep-rooted thing, right? But not necessarily ever will. Like, how do you view that, like, because a lot of people say friendships are friendships, right?
Mhm.
I view my friend in such a way, but truth of the matter is, if you don't have a partner, you're still getting those kind of romantic attachments and those romantic like bits
Right.
from some of your friends, right? To fulfill that need. Of course, there are certain needs that they never will be able to fulfill, but some of them they are, without really knowing.
Right.
Do you think you could name some of them or give an example to how that may look like a romantic connection in a friendship, for example?
The unconditional love, like the kind of like you don't always have to say it, but you know that you've got someone there like to like talk to if you need it, or like you could say something and they wouldn't just like turn on you, or I think also the vulnerability with someone.
Yeah.
Something that you share not only with but with a close friendship can kind of give you that same feeling as a romantic connection.
Yeah. But that being said, do you think there is a need for a partner then, if you can find that?
Yes. Only because I feel like the other person also doesn't want it all the time. Unless that's like a mutual agreement type
Yeah.
thing. But I feel like, personally, it would be a burden for me to live my whole life relying on my friends. When they've got someone else to like deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's also, there's just something different because we bid our friends for different things, whereas a partner it's a contract they sign as soon as they're like, yes, I'm your partner. They sign a contract of fulfilling all of it. Whereas before that, you had different friends that fulfilled different needs, right? Whereas when you get a partner, they are not required, but it's kind of like, it's just an unspoken thing that they are supposed to give you all of that.
Provide
Yeah. That. Yeah. And I think that is also, even though there can be a societal pressure, I also think it's not only the societal pressure, but I also think it's such a animalistic need that we as humans have, that we want to experience life alongside someone else, right?
Yeah. It's definitely like nature, isn't it?
Yeah.
Instinctual kind of thing kind of kicks in.
How do you maintain romantic connections whilst being single? Well, that we just went over. Do you personally believe in looking for romantic connections with no intentions?
Yes. As my as my personality type states, that it is because how I am. I look for the friendship, like long friendships first. I don't know, intentions, weird word, because there's like sexual intentions, or there's other types of intentions. So I feel like there is intention there if you want a connection, because the intention is for connection. However, I don't go looking for sexual intentions right off the bat. I feel that's quite predatory. Is that even the right word?
No, I get that.
I don't know.
Because intent, there will always be an intent, right? There will always be an intent when you are looking for a connection, whether or not that is friendship, like a friendly kind
malicious intent, or
exactly.
It's not, is the difference.
And I also think it's the kind of intent that you put, like what you walk in with. With that being said, we're gonna leave you on a cliffhanger with Dex's answer here. because we're gonna go into an ad break. So we will see you guys in approximately 3 minutes again. Hang in there, and we will return to you guys. Okay? Be right back.
Are you trying to make me angry?
Perfect.
How you do?
Well, you like my bush box?
I do. It's very nice.
Thank you. I trimmed it specially for you.
Oh, did you? I can't say that I'm not,
There you go. You gave your ass a smooch. I'm
We're
trying.
try-
I'm
well-
trying to kiss his ass.
I died from.
Hello? Is that Puddles?
Alright, that's the last thing up here.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
Oh. That's one of the reasons why I love to jump. Upgrade.
Hang your head in shame, Sid.
That was great.
I can hear you, Rock.
Look at this dude. He thinks he's so smart. You know where you're gonna go? Because you think you're so special? You think you're so special. Oh my god, you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get special treatment. Into the basement you go. There you go, boo. You're welcome. You're welcome. I knew you wanted that. Right? DOS, bro.
Fair.
I
fair.
say that's
Enough said. Did you just fucking ace?
helping you out.
Welcome back from our ad break.
I haven't done that to you yet. Son, I've never done it to you. Oh my god.
No, that honestly, at first I thought I thought your kids had came into your room.
I always do that. I love how Tater's just immediately.
That, oh, I may be able to smash that, or I may be able to get into that OnlyFans, or I may be able to, get something or other. There's a bit of hope. So they stay and they linger. It's not because of personality. There's no personality there. You can't hold a decent conversation with this individual without it turning sexual. You know what I mean? You can't have an intellectual conversation because there is no.
I know what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't speak. Don't speak. Just shut the fuck up. I know what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. I know you're good. I know you're good. I know you're real good. Oh. That was so lovely, Bush. I'm sorry I'm kicking out of it. Hi, Judy. Hi, Sam.
That was beautiful.
That was so gorgeous, Rush Rush. Oh my god. That was so pretty.
Thank you very much.
I can take this in spirit off. Oh my god. If you're saying anything, Sid, we can't hear you. Can't have put
Yeah,
that many portals
we're getting the
down.
basement one done.
No, you don't see me.
You can see these nuts.
He saw me. Huh? Ain't no way. Ain't no way!
What? Oh, he was right on top of your ass.
I'm a blunt Kate. I'm not a blunt dad. I'm a blunt Kate.
Nothing there. Nothing there.
You got this, Puddles!
Don't you curse me!
You
Don't
got
you
this!
curse
I
me.
believe in you!
That's a loud one.
Okay.
Do we want to listen to it first?
I mean, we can, yeah.
'Cause I don't remember how
Because
this one goes.
I was about to say you wanted the Forever Gentleman one because that was the one that you felt sounded best.
We both wanted it. Excuse me. I remember this was a mutual agreement.
Okay, sure.
All right, well, let's just listen to it.
Let's
I can't
listen
remember
to
how
it
it
first.
went.
Okay. Yep. For fuck's sake! Okay, guys, we are back. Thank for hanging in there. Oh shit, that was the wrong scene. Look at me being a professional. Here we go. Thank you
black
for
screen.
your patience. We love it. So we left you guys on a cliffhanger with the whole intentional, like connection, right? So do you believe in looking for romantic connections with intent or no intent? You had
no,
a
I was
question
saying-
in the break here regarding like dating apps, for example. That was we could take it into that because that
Does it
relates.
fit in there? Does it?
Yeah, it kind of fits there.
Oh yeah. So I said in the break, I was like, in dating apps, like the societal kind of way you go about it, in my eyes, is that you go on there, you look for a potential friend, partner, whatever, based on, I don't know, looks, a bio, pictures, I don't know, a cheesy chat up line or something. And then you go in and it's like, if you get a reply, does, if you get a reply, it's like small talk for a while, fair. And then it goes on to arranging a time to meet, right? Because eventually, if that goes on, then you want to meet the person and see if you're compatible. Fair enough. You go on this date, right? And then I feel like it's either potentially second date, or it's like, you're not for me, you're for me. And with my I don't know, way of being, my defender personality type, right? I feel like the whole getting to know someone over a long period of time to build that connection isn't possible dating wise.
I can see that because it's the whole it's the quick, right? Everything has to be so quick. I saw a TikTok the other day where it described that I think it was in 2024 or 2025 that like scientists had discovered that the human attention span is, I think it was 24 or 2020, I can't remember, it was 12 seconds. A goldfish is 9.
Christ.
And over the
It's
years,
that instant gratification thing, isn't it?
And over the years, actually, I think it was last year, the human like attention span went down to approximately, what did they say, 10 or 8 seconds. It is alarming. And that is, I've always said this about Dex. Dex was not supposed to be in this timeline. He was not supposed to live in this day and age. because his values around relationships and connections is so outdated for what it is today. Which is really fucking unfortunate. And I think that's also why a lot of older women are attracted to you, because you have like that mindset of, I want to take it slow. But it doesn't really work with a woman that is pressured and panicky about her, you know, life, right? So it's kind of contradicting, and you're always in this contradicting pole. And dating apps, because of the standards that you have around, I want to have a friendship that evolves into a romantic connection. I want to get to know you before I share me with you in that way.
Right. Yeah.
It is so outdated for the timeline that you live in right now, which is so fucking unfortunate. And how do you go about that? I don't know if anyone in chat has like a comment for that.
How would I go about? I don't know. I don't work. I'm self-employed, so I don't work with anyone. So usually you'd probably find it in, like, your workplace, or you have friends of friends type of thing.
Yeah.
Also something I don't really have. So I don't know. I just have to resort to dating app, I guess, and
it's also kind of cheesy to put in your dating app that you're looking for love, right? Because a lot of people on dating apps, especially in today's age, they're looking for that quick. And it's kind of like, no, next, right? If they don't immediately vibe with you. And it's like, how do you go about that? Bobby, you might have a...
I'm the same with old values.
Yeah. I know Bobby is taking his own personal time these days, and just doing him like you, right? But he's doing it with the purpose of intentionally not meeting someone. And but I can see it like people usually fall into your lap when you least expect it, right? But now you've been not looking for many years, and people have fallen into your lap, and then they've kind of just and dating apps have that instant like gratification, and a lot of people on dating apps are not the same way, right? They're going out there to basically people hop in until they find that specific, you tick 90% of my boxes, you're perfect, let me try and stay with you for however that is, right?
I feel like a lot of people don't know what they want on dating apps, because there's choice, but there's not a lot of choice. That's like a local,
I
would say. Like, if you want like your perfect person, you see someone like, I don't know, it could be like in a different country. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
like
I
look
feel
at me
like
and Sid, right? Do you believe that there is a perfect person, a person that, let's say you have a standard list of them having to fulfill these specific boxes, however it may be physical or emotional? Do you think that there is a person that is capable of ticking off all of those boxes?
who's and it depends. My standards are high, so but like not in a way that's like, oh, you have to be the perfect person to have, you know what I mean, pretty eyes or whatever. It's not like that. I mean, personality wise, I think you have to be emotionally available.
Yeah.
To wanting like something long term.
Yeah.
But also not straight away. It's weird.
Yeah.
But
No, it makes sense because you are dating with purpose, right? You want to date with the result being we are in a relationship, a committed relationship. But in
Right.
order for that to happen, you also want it to evolve slowly. And in today's age and society, that slow part is what scares people, because time, right? Even in your age, people in your own age group have this weird panicky about, I just need to find someone that I can be with for the sake of being with them. And they don't think about the long-term consequence of that. They don't think about, who can I grow old with? And that is the difference between you and somebody else on the dating app, right?
Right.
Is that you go into it with the mindset of, I want to find someone I can grow old with. Whereas other people find, I want to find someone I'm compatible with right now.
Right.
And I think that is the difference for you, is that that is what makes it hard. And finding someone, that is the whole swipe nation, right? Finding someone that has that mindset only comes with putting yourself out there. And it's just unfortunate, because it just means you have to go through, like, maybe my advice for you would be, sit down and have a set of questions that allude to a certain mindset that makes them open up about who they are, right?
Right.
So you, at like from the first or the second date, can sit down and make a calculated but also logical choice whether or not this person is your time worthy, right?
Right.
And I would happily sit down with you and form these kind of questions that are not too personal, but yet will give you the answer that you are looking for. So you don't sit there and put a lot of effort and time and energy into a person, and they don't do the same with you, right?
Right.
But you will know fairly early on whether or not this person is, for the long run, capable of growing with you, or incapable of it, and they're just here for a good time and not a long time, right? Because
Right.
there are ways of going about that. Exactly, Bobby. I'm the same way. I have always stated that there is no such thing as a perfect person. You can have standards, and you can have your own list of what a person should fulfill for you and what you want and need from a relationship. And however you figure that out, whether it be through prior experiences or you sitting down and asking yourself a round of questions with that. I also think that you have to be realistic that every person is different. And it's a matter of finding someone who is compatible with growth with you, and a person who is having the right heart to find the patience with you and your wounds. Because if you know yourself well enough, and that is, I also told Dex this, if you want to find a person to walk alongside you in life, you have to know who you are first. You have to realize, what is it that I personally bring to the table? Because if you learn who you are as a person, what you give and what you grant a potential partner, you can expect more back. You can't expect anything back if you don't know what you give. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't believe in he has to be 6 feet tall and have a six-pack, and he has to be emotional intelligent. But what is emotional intelligence? It looks different for everybody, right? I think a lot of people in today's society need to realize that the standards that we set for other people are also standards that we need to actually be able to provide ourselves. And
Right.
9 times out
Be
of 10.
hypocritical.
You said what?
Not be hypocritical.
Yeah. That is exactly where I was gonna go with this. See, he's on the fucking same page here. I think in today's society, a lot of, especially women, are extremely hypocritical with their standards. They want a guy that earns a certain amount of money every year. They want him to be able to be a good father, a good husband, a good blah, 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 all of this, right? And yet they're over here being like, yeah, but I don't want to be a maid. I don't want to do this. I don't want to put in effort for this. You have to pay for my nails and my hair every month and blah, blah, blah,
You know
all
what they call
of
that?
this, right?
You know the word they call that? Because I've had this situation before. They're called providers.
Yeah. They want a
Is the way
provider,
they
but
put it.
they're not willing to provide anything themselves.
Right.
And for me, that is hypocritical. You cannot wish for someone to take care of you if you are not willing to take care of them. And however that may look, you have, when you are in a relationship, both parties have a responsibility to make the relationship work. And a lot of times women especially, and I know I'm being fucking hypocritical right now and putting everything into a gender. I'm not saying I'm for all women. I'm a woman for women, but this is the pattern I've seen. A lot of women have high standards with the men they want to date, but they're not willing to put that high standard on themselves. And if you can't do that, if you can't provide what it is that you want back, don't ask for it. That is my whole mindset, is that don't sit here and be a hypocrite. Don't say that you want something when you can't give it. Because how do you expect anyone to give it to you if you can't provide it yourself, right? And personally, I know of someone who is very eager to find someone that will provide everything in life for them. But they're not. The only thing they give back is sexual favors. And make it make sense. You as a guy, right? Would you walk in to a relationship and this woman is telling you that I want you to provide for everything, my kids, my home, my everything, like you have to pay for everything, and what I give back is my eternal devotion and sexual favors. What do you get out of that? Because you can go out and find that somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's just like, why? And it puts you in a unserious light, right? Yeah, that's exactly, Bobby. That is what it's called. And it's a lot of women don't see that. A lot of women in today's society, I want a provider. I want someone to take care of me. I don't have to work. I don't have to do anything. Right?
I think that is partly societal problems
Yeah.
due to the whole like OnlyFans and selling your body and it being people paying for it, so there's value.
Yeah.
You know, there's always gonna be someone like, and I don't know, I watched something the other day about it, about someone who was selling things or whatever at like 15 or 12 or whatever the age they were, and now it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could you date someone who had done OnlyFans or, you know, sold their body online?
I don't personally have a problem with it, unless the intention is like, unless there's a alternative motive behind it.
Yeah.
Whether they're still doing it or not, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with. But yeah, it's the intention, I think, behind why you're doing it that makes good or
I
bad.
also think there's a difference in going into a relationship with someone you know that is doing it versus someone being in a relationship and then they start doing it, right?
Right.
There's a different kind of mindset and expectation towards that. Personally, I'm everybody knows I'm pan and omnisexual. I go both ways. For me, it's what up here and in here. It's not what the exterior is. And I personally could not date someone where the entire planet potentially got to see what with my set of values should be for my eyes only. And it's the same with I have certain opinions about women who are mothers who are in that line of field. It's just a big no-no. Like for me there's a difference in selling your feet pics online to doing what the majority of people on OnlyFans are doing, right?
You talking about like live cams, or what are you talking about in
pictures,
regards to that?
Because a lot of like OnlyFans, the reason why it blew up is because it's more intimate, right? You're paying for having a connection with the person that you're seeing on screen. So whether it be live cams or them sending you personal messages or pictures, private pictures, whatever it may be, there is that interaction from viewer to person. And that is why OnlyFans blew up, because if OnlyFans didn't have that niche of that more intimate part, it wouldn't blow up. Pornhub would be bigger, right? Well, Pornhub is still bigger, but it's the same concept, right? Because you can just go to Pornhub. Why are you paying for porn when you can get it for free somewhere else, right? The reason why people are paying is because there is that intimate part of that connection, viewer to provider. And that for me is a big no-go. It was different. Like if they were making porn, like I would, okay, I would be uncomfortable with it, but I would also be fine. But for me, it's the connection. It's because a viewer can actually reach out to them and talk to them. And
what if you were like a different person? Like if you were named a different name, you had I don't know, some sort of wig on, or like you were kind of a different,
never showed your face,
different person.
for example.
Yeah, if you were like a character, hypothetically, would that make it different?
Yes.
And say you haven't got the attachment to that person because it's a character.
That would make it completely different. If you were anonymous in that sense, for me, that would make it different, because then it could not be tied back unless you got DDoSed, right? And like I will not lie, guys. I'm not gonna lie. There was, and Dex knows this, there was a moment in time in my life. I was joking around about this, but I actually sat down and had a serious conversation with Dex about this way back, where I was so financially broke that I contemplated starting up an OnlyFans anonymously, because I do have kids. I didn't do it, so don't try and go look for me. I didn't do it.
It wasn't me.
But I was contemplating it. But I would go against my own personal values and my own personal standard of who I am as a person if I had done that. But there was a time where I was contemplating it, because I was just in a really fucking bad stance and a bad part in my life, right? But no, I think there's a difference whether it's fully out there and whether or not it's a character and it's anonymous, right? I can take my own personal experience into this. My ex-husband and his now ex-wife made OnlyFans content and also transferred it over to Pornhub and such. And it was done with her face fully in frame. He was anonymous, but if you know, you know. And for me, it's kind of like when you have kids, it comes back to them at some point in their life. So I was really angry because this was not their choice. They did not have a choice in the matter. And it was all done to earn a quick coin. And for me, that is, it's too easy, right? So personally, with that mindset, I don't think if Sid wanted to start up an anonymous OnlyFans, sure, I wouldn't mind it. But if he wanted to have his face, his voice, everything in there, I would feel some type of way about it. I feel some type of way when people comment on his voice, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, this movement. Even though, like, at the same time, I'm in that it's my man, but I'm also like, hey, I know, right?
Right.
So if my partner would sell their body in any way, shape, or form, I would feel some type of way about it.
What?
But it's also,
Fucking hell.
I think it's an age difference. Like, if people didn't notice, there's 10 years between, actually 11 years between Dex and I. And I think it's more acceptable for your age group than it is for mine, maybe. That it's just something that, like, okay,
I
well,
think it's
that's a
more
job, right?
normal right now. Yeah. Just like this era, I guess. You could
Yeah.
say. Almost generation. That's the right word.
Yeah.
I've never been on OnlyFans, but I don't know if there's things that I'd be like, oh, you can allow this type thing and not this thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what it entails, but I think the whole relationship, selling your body to other people, is weird.
I also think with your generation, it's more common that, especially girls and such, have pictures of themselves on Instagram in bikinis and, you know, like, sharing more intimate pictures of themselves and such, like, because image is such a thing. Thank you for providing a gift sub. I appreciate it. And it's just, I think it's more common that the visual aspect of it in your generation is more common.
Accessible.
Yeah, and I think it's just, you just have to accept that, right? Whereas my generation is more like, no.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So just to rear it back in here, reel it back in. And speaking of, like, communication, because and also, like, because a conflict could happen from, you know, dating someone who is an OnlyFans model or desires to be that and such, right? There could be a lot of conflict happening around that. And also, as you said, like, this is the acceptance part of it. But speaking of all of that, do you know about my theory around the Disc of Love?
I have heard of it, but go for it. Explain it again.
To anyone out there, I know a lot of you have been here a couple of times and you're like, oh my God, again. But I will explain this every single time we're going to have a sit down during relationship dynamics, because this was what I taught when I was a therapist and I had couples therapy. I never went in. I sat the couples down and I was like, okay, I generally do not care if you cheated on her or she cheated on you and you didn't do the dishes on Saturday night when you told, and blah, 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 blah. First thing I need to learn about you two is that you are here for a reason. I need to know whether or not you two are committed to fixing it. And then they would answer. And I was like, okay, well, let me teach you something, because this is the whole groundbreaking theory that we're going to work from. We're going to figure out which of these pillars we're going to be working on, whether or not the disc is on the ground, or we're going to reconstruct your entire relationship from this, right? So the Disc of Love is that you have, so, you know, like a birth bath, right? You have a disc at the top with water. Love is water. If love doesn't move, it becomes stagnant. And stagnant water is just gross, right? Underneath this disc, you have 3 pillars that represents respect, transparency, and honesty. and trust. There we go. And you have to have these three things in a healthy relationship in order for love to work. Now, this can be stabilized, but the water is still stagnant, even though all three are there. So people are like, but this looks like a healthy relationship if all of it is there. Yes, but water has to flow. So conflict provides the water to flow, in that sense that a conflict, like a lot of people think that you have to have major arguments in order for these pillars to disappear. No, it could be as simple as your partner after work, right? He knew in the morning when he left for work that he was going to go grab a beer with his coworker, but he didn't tell you. But instead, he was honest and came home 3 hours late and was like, oh, I was just having a beer with so-and-so. Already there, you are losing the honesty and transparency pillar and the trust, right? Wibbly wobbly, water is flowing, it's good. Now you can decide whether or not you want to build these pillars up again, being like, hey, in the future, right? Just so I don't sit here and wait for 3 hours, could you be transparent with me? Building a pillar again, and tell me beforehand, so I'm not sat here waiting for you, right? And then they can say, yeah, sure. And then the trust pillar will be built up by them proving that they're going to be doing that, right? So there is always small conflicts in a relationship, small adjustments, small attunements, right? That makes the water flow. And it's important. It is not the conflict that is the big no-no. That is actually the big yes. Because it teaches you growth together. It makes the water flow. So with that being said, do you think any kind of relationship dynamic should be conflict free?
No, I think conflict, as you said, is natural. But I think it's the way it's handled, like the mutual respect, the trust, the desire to actually understand what the other person is saying, because I think that's the important bit. Is if you don't want to understand or fix the pillars, or it's just gonna.
And you're hitting a nail on the head there, because I've and I know you've been watching some of my my previous sit downs, but I've always stated that curiosity and comprehension, the curiosity to learn and try to comprehend your partner, weighs so much more than communication. Because we can sit here and we can talk about our feelings and emotions all we want. We can sit there and say, I feel, and do it all right. But if the recipient of that is not even trying to understand you, not even trying to be curious about you, it's not going to work. Communication is a good, solid tool in a relationship. But if you want to have a really good, healthy relationship, you also have to be curious about your partner, right? You come so much farther.
Lord Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. You will come so much further with comprehension instead of communication. So yeah, definitely. Forgive me, Father. Exactly. Forgive me, Daddy, because I've been a bad girl. Can you give an example of when conflict is healthy?
It's healthy when it's handled right. Like, again,
Yeah.
I think if it's not taken constructively, or it's not taken with that respect, it's gonna be unhealthy, or it could turn unhealthy.
Yeah. I think Garish also has a good way, like when it leads to mutual understanding. Yes. Because we can always agree to disagree, right? But when you have said that I agree to disagree, you also personally have to understand that you cannot agree on this. So the resentment towards the person is unjust, right?
Yeah.
And do you have every person out there, I don't believe that there is a person on this planet that at some point when there's conflict, especially if it's personal to them, they won't get some type of way about it. Are you good at finding a bird's view from and looking at it from a different angle when conflict happens to you? Or are you in your emotions?
No, I think I am good. I'm good personally at being like, it's either like it's your opinion or, that's you're valid to have an opinion, obviously, and like whatever, the validity kind of bit, or I don't know what the question was. I've lost it.
If you are good at actually, you know, taking the person serious in front of you instead of personal. So the difference is taking a person seriously is that you are listening. You're basically an equal above, right?
Mm-hmm.
Logical, sensible, like even though it's an emotional topic for you and you feel some type of way, you're still able to go out of your emotions and take them seriously instead of sitting there in your emotions and taking them personally, right?
Oh yeah. I don't have a lot of like emotional attachment to my feelings. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm quite good at separating the like that's how it is and that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Not saying that they don't cross over because they obviously do, but separating the two at whatever time you did it.
Yeah.
I think I could.
Do you feel that you compromise yourself a lot for someone else's emotions?
Yes. I feel like I'll say things to make them happy or to end the not end the conflict, but you know what I mean,
Yeah.
like resolve the situation, and not say how I'm feeling.
Well, that's
because
not
that would
good.
cause problems. Well, yeah, you know, it's just the way it is.
But that is because speaking of your personality type, that is also why, and this was a question Dex wasn't actually prepared for. That was just flung out of my ass straight in the face. But I was thinking of your personality type, and for me, it sounds like there's a lot of good intentions. Like, oh, I just want to make you happy, right? I just want to, I'm pouring myself onto you, but also kind of forgetting me, right? And I could easily see that in a conflict situation, instead of you want to resolve the conflict, but you are scared to open up about your own ways, your own feelings, your own emotions, because what if it blows it up again with your stance, right? So it's easier to compromise and just hold it in and let it be, right?
There's not a lot of holding things in. Like I feel like personally, I'm not a very emotional, like feelingy person. There's not a lot of holding in, besides until it's like repetitive things,
When it's
multiple things that will add
disrespectful.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it will be like that's right.
Yeah.
And then usually it will be a blow up. But even then, I'm pretty good at holding them in.
Yeah.
And being like, it's not your day, or you know, the planets aren't in the right place, or
Mercury
you know
is in a retrograde.
retrograde. Yeah, you know what I mean.
The cards are saying this today in your fucking chart. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. I think
Not
there's also
today.
And I think you have also learned over time to kind of just be in acceptance of there's things that are worth your time to spend your emotions on. And there's things that are easier to just,
let it go.
Let it go. Right? And that even if it comes to the expense of your own happiness, letting it go also extends your happiness because it means that you can move on, right?
Yeah.
So No, I can see that. So
Like, if it doesn't
compromises per
serve you.
se is also for your own peace,
Mhm.
which are good compromises then, right? You're not just doing it to sweep it under the rug because you're conflict shy. It's generally because you're like, I don't, this is a waste of time.
Literally, waste of energy.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
yeah,
Um and but until it turns into that whole aspect of you're that is also the next question. Like when will a conflict, what does it look like when a conflict turns unhealthy for you, right? And you said it right there. When it's repetitive, disrespectful behavior. And even if they don't have the intentions, and I will say this out there, guys, intent does not erase impact. You can sit there and you can say all you want, well, it wasn't my intentions. No, but you still did it. It didn't erase the fact that it happened and that you hurt me, right? Intentions does not erase impact. And it's the whole, that aspect of, even though we can take my relationship prior to Sid. You remember the guy from over there. My experience was I kept telling him, I don't like it when you do this. Please stop. And then he would stop for a week and he would repeat the behavior. And I kept repeating for him, I don't like when you do this. Until 3 months down the line, I blew up on him. Just like you said, right? I blew up on him and I ended the relationship. And I turned into a person I did not recognize because I had been gaslit and I had been treated so unwell for so long that I could not recognize myself anymore. And that is an unhealthy conflict when you have to sit there and constantly repeat yourself, right?
Yeah.
And again, it goes back to the whole curiosity and comprehension. Because if you're curious about your partner and you try to comprehend what they're saying, you will also change your behavior if your partner asks you to do so, right? Unless it's so ingrained in you that you can't, and then you're just not compatible. And I think that is also what you were trying to kind of convey when you said like the whole so for you, when does a conflict that could have been resolvable, when does it turn into just disrespect for you?
Tricky.
Yeah, because it's a very individual situation, right? I think it relies on the situation and what it is about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When does it? Right. So when would I like completely just disregard the relationship? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, whether it be a friendship or what, like, or the situation in itself. When would you sit there and say, okay, enough is enough. Now you're just being disrespectful.
I feel like if you've heard someone out,
Yeah.
or like, if you've heard someone out as an example, and they, you then go to express some sort of feeling or whatever, and they either disregard it or they flip it back on themselves. It's that kind of selfishness is kind of like, oh, or yeah.
Again, it's very situational, I think, right? I also think it's when
or
you
interest.
feel it.
I think lack of
Yeah.
interest. I feel like even if you haven't got to the relationship stage yet, and you start off with like the small talk again, like I said earlier, I feel like if it's just one-sided, like you keep putting things forward and it's just like one answer questions, or it's like, why am I putting my energy into trying to get to know this person? Doesn't want to know. I think that's a turn off.
It is, because it
red flag or whatever, you know what to call it.
It shows disinterest, and disinterest is also disrespect.
Right.
So yeah. Oh, good answer. Do you I feel like we've touched on the next question, if there's a point of no return with conflict. Yeah, there is. Like the whole thing of when it turns disrespectful, it's a point of no return, right?
Right.
Do you think jealousy is a natural part of a relationship?
I think it is natural for some people. It probably stems from like past insecurities, past relationships. It's definitely links into the insecurities
Yeah.
side. However, is it healthy? Maybe not.
I think when people think jealousy, they think of the all out blowing. You can't talk to this person because blah, blah, blah," right?
Right.
And that is unhealthy. But there are always, I think,
There's no more
there's always going to be
manipulative than
when it
jealous.
turns manipulative. Yeah, when it turns
Yeah.
like you're trying to control the narrative and the interactions with your person, right? Then it's unhealthy jealousy. Whereas, for example, I can take an example of Sid and I, where I've always said jealousy is a good guide to whether or not you care about a person. But it's when it turns unhealthy that it shouldn't be that way, right?
Right.
And as you said, everybody has their insecurities. I don't believe that there is a person or a relationship on this planet that can sit there and 100% say, we don't get jealous. If they do that, it's kind of like, well, good for you, but my little red flag here is, right? I think it's something some people say to kind of shine that whole, but we're so secure together. And I'm like, okay, well, you never ever get jealous? Not even like just with the slightest little thing? No, I don't. That's suspicious, right? Because I do believe that small little bits, small little saps of jealousy is an indication of you caring about a person. Whether it be, oh, they got a fucking ice cream today, but they didn't think of me. Or, fuck, I wanted that too. Or as I said, like when people comment and compliment Sid on his voice, whether it's his talking voice or his singing voice, on the same note, in the same emotion, am conflicted. Because on one hand, I'm like, which is the jealousy, and on the other hand, there's the pride, right? And
I think you aim to not make your other partner jealous.
Exactly. And
I think
that
that's
is
like a respect, and a respect that you're trying not to make the other person feel jealousy.
Exactly.
And if they are feeling it, then I don't know, communication would be your thing to like.
And it's also the person that gets jealous, it's their responsibility to not relay it, right? And especially if it's just a glimpse moment. I'm not I'm not sat there for hours on end feeling the way that I feel. It's just a blink of a moment, right? But it's there. And it is still something that needs to be addressed at times, right? And the majority of times where I personally feel jealous, it is just those glimpses. If I am continuously feeling like I don't like this person, I don't like this person having contact with you, I ask myself that set of questions of whether or not is my gut feeling trying to protect my relationship, or is it because I'm insecure, right?
Right.
And I will say this, 9 times out of 10, it is because I'm trying to protect my relationship from a pattern that I see that I don't like, right? And I firmly believe that jealousy can be a good, healthy indicator of you caring about a person, but if you're trying to control your person's interactions with other people because you do feel some type of way, that is when it turns unhealthy, right? So let me see. Do you think that polyamorous relationships have more healthy or unhealthy conflicts?
I think if it's like new to polyamory, like people that are new to it, I reckon they have more unhealthy conflict. Sometimes. It's a bit of both, but probably slightly more unhealthy conflicts because there's just more, like, as you said, more feelings, more emotions, more connections, and more trying to play to different people's like things. Obviously, everyone's different. So doing one thing for someone else might make the other person be like, "Oh, I like that too," or "I don't like that you do that." So it's
Yeah.
like, I don't know, unhealthy conflict. More healthy conflicts because they're being resolved, but they're
Yeah.
unhealthy because they're negative.
Yeah, exactly. No, like I believe that too. I think a lot of people think that being polyamorous is just about the sex, and that is not it, right? I think that a lot of quite the contrary. I think a lot of polyamorous relationships have a lot of healthy conflicts because they are able, people that are polyamorous have kind of solved themselves well enough to know that they can communicate about everything, right? And they have
Yeah, that's
to.
kind of what I meant.
Yeah. And I admire people who can do polyamory. I really fucking do. Because it takes so much openness and patience and like compassion for people in general. I do believe that monogamous relationships have a lot more unhealthy conflicts because people have a tendency to stay together just for the sake of either the marriage, the kids, the outside perspective instead of how they truly feel, right? And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people are fucking doorknobs when it comes to communication, and only really learn how to communicate properly and how to receive and how to give in a relationship way too late. So there is a lot of resentment built up, right? And resentment in itself comes from unhealthy conflict. And that is just my perspective from when I was a couples therapist, right? A couples counselor, or however you want to put it in. It's just, that is what I've seen, that a lot of monogamous relationships tend to get stuck in unhealthy conflicts. And they tend to stack them up. So when they actually go get help, there is so much to unpack. And a lot of times that is also why there is a 70% rate of people that goes to couples therapy, right? Couples counseling, marriage counseling, however it may look or sound.
Yeah.
They actually divorce or leave the relationship because they go there too late, right?
Right.
And it gives an unhealthy and a really, really biased view on what counseling is because of these numbers, which is unfortunate, right? Do you think that being single kind of eliminates conflict, whether it be like with a partner or a friend, or is it easier to go through your relationships, whether they're familiar, romantic, friendly, as a single person?
Easier. No, I don't think so. Only because to eliminate relation. No, I don't reckon, because you've got like inter family like relationship conflicts. You're always gonna have. I think you're always gonna have conflict, in whatever situation or relation. So I don't think it's impossible. I think it's possible to eliminate conflict. And as you said, it's if you're just saying, if you don't have conflict, that's not really healthy. Like for any relationship.
I think it provides growth, right?
Yeah,
whether it's
exactly.
personal growth or relational growth, it doesn't matter. I think it provides growth. Yeah.
yeah, provides growth, and it just deepens the connection between the relationship.
Yeah. Do you think that monogamy is more intimate than polyamory?
Hard to say. Not person or whatever the fuck you call it. I think it's individual, but for me, I reckon monogamy is more personal. But I can see how people in poly can also have more intimate, more multiple intimacies. Into my, however you call it.
Intimate relationships, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like to ask that question because I think a lot of monogamous people have this view that you're just two, right? You're just two people that are making it work, and it's very intimate, and it's just between the two of you, and you feel a certain way about each other, and you have created this bubble that only you two know about. And then we look out and we see polyamory, which can be a cluster of different dynamics, like two people with one and four, and like all of these different dynamics, right?
Right.
That are intertwined or separate. And we're sat there, we're like, how can that be intimate? You're giving the same kind of,
you to different people.
Yeah, exactly. To different people. How is that intimate? And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited to ask that question to a polyamorous person, because I've been polyamorous. I know what it is, right? Knew it wasn't for me. I have tried it out. And is that whole concept of my view on this, whether it be a societal norm or what it is really that I'm like, how can you feel intimate with like that, have that connection that like with multiple people, right? So
I think I have the time to give like all of me to multiple people at the same time. I don't know about you.
No, like I learned that way, the hard way, that I'm very much a monogamous person at heart, in that sense that I don't even find other people attractive when I'm in a relationship. I can look at one person and be like, oh yeah, she's pretty, but I don't have that lust and desire and that like animalistic side. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't get turned on at all. When I'm in a happy relationship, might I add, it when it turns on, like when all the happiness is out of it, it's different. But if I'm in a happy relationship, all of that is just going directly towards my partner, and I can't
divide
I physically
that attention
can't.
or
I physically can't have that. And in order to be polyamorous, you kind of have to have those turn-ons with other people too, in order to create a relationship with them. And I just couldn't. I was miserable. I was a miserable polyamorous person. Because I could not, like, I went into relationships just purely to try it out, right? And not having the heart with me.
Right.
With at least like two of those relationships, right? And I felt like a fraud. And I just can't find those emotions in there. And that is how I know I'm monogamous, right? And I will confess, time to a confession take here. I have cheated before. I've been cheated on, and I've also cheated. And it only went to that point because I was in a very unhealthy, very unhappy marriage. And my attraction to my husband just wasn't there anymore. I have since learned to step away when I become unhappy, instead of sitting there and doing things to hurt other people because I'm hurt, right?
Right.
So the attraction for other people really only shows itself when I've tried and I've tried and I've tried again, and my emotions for that person shuts off, because then it is okay to start over, right? So
I feel like it's like giving multiple chances, or like, as you say, restart, like
Yeah.
going over the same thing. Oh, you can only go over the same thing multiple times until you just burn out.
Yeah.
Of like that feeling, or that, whatever that is, until you just give up.
I view it
'cause,
as
like,
like a bonfire. You have a lot of logs that has a lot of embers in it, right? In the
Right.
beginning, it's a bonfire. Your relationship is a bonfire. It's all the flames are there. And then over time, and with a lot of conflict, it kind of dies down to this cozy fire. And if you have a lot of conflict that is unhealthy, it dies down to embers, right? And there is that sweet spot, that really important sweet spot when you blow on an ember and it turns into a flame. But you can only blow so much on the ember until it goes out.
Right.
And if you have to sit and constantly repeat yourself and blow on that ember to try and create a flame, but that ember is not responding, it will just die.
Yeah.
Right. And that is like the metaphor I have for when we have those disrespectful conflicts over and over again, right? Or the same conflicts, and it just turns unhealthy. And you get super dizzy and pass out. Exactly, Bobby. Again, as Dex would say, like it's tiresome, right? It's tiresome to sit there and repeat yourself. You're not a fucking parrot.
Unproductive.
You would come into life as a fucking parrot if you were supposed to do that, right? But no, I don't believe that monogamy is more intimate than polyamory. I see it it's a personal value that I think that monogamy is more intimate. But I think polyamorous relationships have their own different intimate connections. But as a whole, let's say it was a dynamic of 4 people. So we have one person dating this person, and this person is dating this person, and this person is dating the 4th person. So it's like a square, right? I think they have their own intimate connections, but overall, and that is where it kind of doesn't click for me, how that can be intimate for people in between, right?
Right.
And that I'm curious about. And maybe, hopefully, Sav can answer that for me when I sit down with him. What are some values to you personally that you think at this time would not align with any kind of relationship dynamic, whether it be monogamy or polyamory? We already
in this
answered
society,
that in the story. Yeah.
The whole like starting, having the other person, the female, be the initiator isn't really a common at all. It happens rarely, but this society is more like the guy has to ask you out.
Yeah. I don't believe in that. That is so bullshit. Like I'm so like I'm the kind of person, I'm a go-getter. Like I'm the kind of person that, hey, if I see what I like, I will message you. And I don't understand why there is this norm that a guy, I get that it can be that whole aspect of they have to show initiative in order to prove that they can lead
themselves, right?
Yeah, that they can lead
The
in a
masculine
relationship,
and the
but
feminine
yeah.
kind of thing.
But I don't believe in that, because I'm like, let them prove that over time, or mold. Because I say don't change, just grow. Change is inevitable. Growth will eventually, shape change, right?
Right. Yeah.
What I mean with don't change, just grow, it's like the whole aspect of don't change
Who you are, because
just grow
to change.
Exactly. And I'm a firm believer in relationships, we have to kind of fine-tune ourselves constantly in order for the relationship to work. Whether
Right.
that means that we have to mold ourselves. Of course, we should not change ourselves for a person, but we should fine tune and we should adjust in order to be not what they want, but what we want to be for them.
For them.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
And when it comes to what, where did I want to go with this again? Line with relationship dynamic. When it comes to like certain dynamics and such, I don't know where the fuck I want to go with this. I completely lost track of
I
myself.
don't even know
here.
if I answered the question. I just said something.
Yeah, the societal norm thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people have that. I think a lot of people think that you have to tick off that box of you as a masculine, you have to be this type of way so I can be in my feminine and all that shit, right? I don't think a lot of people realize that you have to work on that. That requires effort and fine-tuning and adjustments and all of that can only happen if you work on it with someone. That is not
Right.
It's not a package deal that is just magically delivered to you. It is something that comes with time and adjustments. And again, I don't believe in the perfect person exists for you. I believe in that you mold yourself with your person to
yeah.
fit together perfectly.
It's the something that I was going to say earlier. It's like the wanting to be with someone as individuals instead of the needing to be in a
Yeah.
relationship because you're lonely or you the society the society's like pressuring or all your friends are getting married or it's
Yeah.
the wanting to instead of the needing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think.
Exactly. And I think that is, I think if a lot of more people your age that fought like you did when it comes to relationships, I've generally fucking believed that the future would look a lot brighter.
Right now, it's pretty dead.
So, yeah, we touched on it earlier, whether or not you aligned with any relationship dynamic today, and it's the whole concept of you're born in the fucking different timeline, like you are, sadly, right? What are some values to dive right into that, right? What are some values to you that you think today's dating culture does not fit in? We touched on it in the beginning, but we can definitely like give a little resume.
Yeah, the whole like starting off like a friendship and then working into deeper connections, stuff that just doesn't really happen, especially with the whole dating society and the whole dating thing as it goes now, instant gratification
Yeah.
of just swiping left and right and quick fuck here and whatever there is really fulfilling. And for some people, I get it how it could be for some, and that's
Yeah.
that's the value that I hold is deep connection.
And
thing.
especially
Well,
because if
taking
you,
things slow enough
Yeah.
to progress, but not too slow that it gets stale.
yeah, exactly. You want to get to know a person, but not jump directly into the whole infatuation immediately. You want the slow like ember,
Burn.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The tiny flame, the little candle flame. And build that into. And that is healthy. It is really healthy. But in today's society, it's more like if we have an infatuation, we think it's love. And then we just run
Right.
with it. And that is really sad, right? I do believe that there's a lot more educational content out there now. And with everything being so much ready at our hand at all times, people are getting more educated. But it's still in that short format, that quick format. So they get the headline, but they don't get the article, right?
Right. Yeah.
And everybody can be smart with a lot of headlines, but you're not wise. because all the wisdom is in the article.
Yeah.
And I think that is also a lot of it, especially when it comes to you. I think that is a lot of you want the wisdom. You don't want the headline, right? And with the quickness of today, that is not something that truly exists. It's a unicorn. It's a rare occasion that happens when you meet someone that is mind like
Or even
like
that says what they are.
Yeah.
Like you get people
then-
that don't even say anything. Like on dating apps, sometimes it's just like it's blank. Or
Yeah.
you get some people that's like, you get the odd like gem, I'd say, that is like, oh, this is this, this is this, this and this, and whatever, and it's like,
Yeah. And then when you have a conversation with them, you kind of realize that they just say it because it brings them attention, right? Because they think they want what it is that you want. But when it comes to it, they want to feel infatuated. They don't want to take it slow, right? Because technically from your standpoint, your view perspective, you could go out and find a person, call them a friend, and then try and evolve that slowly. People don't want that. They want that immediate attraction. They want the fun part of it, where that is where you that is what you want to work towards, right? That is it's so sad that people don't see that today. Like that it's because who would want the quickness for a lifetime? Like in that sense that because the quickness dies
once it's
out.
done, it's burnt out. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. Once it's done,
There's
like
no
it
little
might be a
sparks
pretty
to-
bonfire, right? But as soon as it dies out, it's dead. It's not there anymore. Who wants to have kids in a marriage that's just that, right? Instead, building up a fire that actually works, that will provide you flames and comfort and warmth.
Longevity.
Longevity. Exactly. And in today's society, that is not a thing. People just want bonfires immediately. They want the big bonfire. They want the
the
fucking Burning
fireworks.
Man tree that
Yeah.
goes
They
into
wanna
flames. And
Chuck a firework in there.
and it's a good analogy because it's the whole concept of they want the Burning Man, right? But what happens when the Burning Man is done? Everybody fucking leaves and the desert is fucking dead. Like it's a really really good analogy, right? And yeah, I said it before, you do not fit into to today's society when it comes to your like the way that you want to build a relationship. So what is it that you personally enjoy about being single?
Freedom of choice.
Ooh.
Feel like not wanting to be, not desperate is the good word. Not desperate for being in a relationship is knowing, like what your values are, what you're looking in someone else. I think, although being single isn't, you don't have that like popping or like damage that you could get if you just went for whatever you saw. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah.
So I think I would say I enjoy being single, but I think it's definitely a benefit to see it from that side and be like, I find the right person when the time comes, because when that time comes, I won't be having to either hurt or whatever, you know, the negative things that come with it won't be as harsh.
Yeah. I think it's also a very good,
I think it's a protection thing.
and it's a good kind of protection, because if you didn't see it as that the right person will come along when the right time is there. And not only that you also have the freedom of choice, right? I think you would be really miserable and panicky, especially with the whole that we talked about earlier, the societal norms, and also your friends are getting married and having kids and all of that, right? That pressure would feel a lot heavier if you didn't sit there and say, yes, Yeah, but I have the freedom of choice, and it's gonna come to me when it will, right? So what do you not enjoy about being single?
I guess you miss some intimacy that your friends can't provide. Um, I like getting to know someone.
Mm.
I think the actual relationship, like official relationship, is some of the good bits that you don't get, like the opening up and trusting and gaining trust, the
Mm.
transparency, and that sort of intimacy is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's the connection. Like, because
Mm.
even though it can't be described, it is a different connection than what you have with a friend or a family member, right? It is just that much more vulnerable. It is much more rooted, right? If done right.
Mhm.
And I can understand how someone can miss that. Especially when you have when you've relied on your friends to kind of provide that for you for such a long time, right? Because knowing you, it's not about the whole sexual relation. It is for you, it's the emotional tie, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I asked Lula last time if she had a
Mhm.
question for you.
Right.
And I will also ask you after the question if you have a question for the next person. Lula asked, what are you looking for in a relationship?
No, we kind of covered it. So
Mm.
I'm looking for what's that word? Interest, mutual interest.
Mm.
I'm looking for. I don't know why it's such a hard question.
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
I think it's because you've kind of just accepted that you know what it is when you feel it, right?
Right. Yeah. Shit, this makes you look like an idiot.
No, it doesn't. It makes you look like a well-rounded, well-thought-out person because you're actually thinking about your answer.
What's the question? What's the question?
What are you looking for in a relationship?
Like the core values,
Mm.
like being respectful, supportive, trustworthy. All of that is obviously kind of what makes a stable relationship.
Yeah.
Someone, yeah, as I said before, someone that wants to be with me instead of as them, so I can support them in their own thing rather than someone that needs to be with someone, so they choose me because that I'm there.
Yeah.
Not the second best, but you know what I mean. Like, you're an option. You'll do.
Yeah, I think, and if you take a mental note of that or write that down, you have that as your list of standards, right? When you go out into the dating scene. Answering the question, then asking what the question was, grade A Cody. That has happened a lot to both with Lula and with Dex. But no, I get it. I do. Because it can be hard to sit there and also because we don't really, I'm the kind of person, I'm an open book, but there are certain things that I just don't want to reveal because then people can take advantage of it, right? And my standards in a relationship and what I need and want from a partner, I can give the headlines, but the small little sublines in between is for me to know and for them to prove, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because I think if we hand people on like what we want on a silver platter, it is so easy to take advantage of and manipulate. That is something I've learned through hard experience. Very hard experience. Do not sit there and tell what you want and what you need, but let them show you that they can provide that for you without you asking, right? So of course, Lulu, of course. Hi, baby. Good morning. So I think because I accidentally talked through an ad break with Dex because we were just going. Like, that has never happened. Can we just say that? I've never been so into a conversation that I've not looked at my ad timer. So that says a lot about the fucking connection Dex and I have. Like, he can make me completely just sit here and forget that I am here live with you guys and just have a conversation so deep and interactive that I completely forgot that we had ad breaks.
You had an ad break.
Yeah. That is kudos to you. I know a lot of people sit here and say that I make them comfortable in the hot seat. But when my counterpart is making me so comfortable that I'm fucking forgetting that I have a responsibility to my audience to pause the fucking chat, right? That says a lot about you. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go into a 3-minute ad break, and then we're going to return, and we're going to return with Sid's Rapid Fire, which I'm excited about because I have not seen this one yet. So you guys tune in, go get drinks, get off your chair, do what you need to, do some squats, go to the bathroom. We will be right back. City is 67. Hi.
Wonderwall.
I hope you don't mind. Okay. Wait. Oh, derp. You're gonna need some help with this one, okay?
Okay.
Hell yes.
No, I made a mistake. Sorry, I ordered dinner to the wrong house.
Wait, what?
You're such a
Excuse me,
nice
I need to
guy.
fix that. Such a nice guy.
I did that before. Well, I didn't do that before. They actually they Ubered my food to the wrong house, and I had no idea where they put it. So.
Oh my god, there's no way to cancel this shit. Fuck.
You're such a nice guy.
Call
freaking.
them.
Happened, right? We come. Me too, man. But only on Mondays.
In order to grow, in order to learn, we must have conflict. And I'm seeing this as in, like, even like with education. If you're right all the time and you're never wrong, what do you learn from that? You don't. You're smart, but you're not wise, in a sense. So I think that goes hand in hand with relationships as well.
But you never know if you don't try, right? You have to kiss a lot of fucking frogs. And after some time, you realize that they're not for you, right? And I'm for sure not gonna stay in something where I feel more alone with them than without them. Eat all the fucking sushi I can and go home to watch movies with a glass of wine. You know what? That's I practically live in his pocket. I've made it so cozy down there. Right?
Mm-hmm. She's organized all the lint.
I've organized all the lint. I've made a little nest. And I gnawed a little hole so I can look out from the bottom as well. If you just, all you have to do is legitimately level your head, keep it straight, open up here, and you're good. And a lot of people... Can't put
Yeah,
that
we're
many
getting,
corals
we're getting
down.
the basement one done.
No, you don't see me.
You can see these nuts.
He saw me. Huh? Ain't no way. Ain't no way!
What? Oh, he was right on top of your ass.
I'm a blunt Kate. I'm not a blunt dad. I'm a blunt Kate. Yeah!
Maybe take 3 deep breaths by yourself before you just jump right back into your day. Thank you so much, as always, for practicing with me. Have a wonderful one, and namaste.
You're right, Seven. I needed this.
Ah, miss.
I didn't. Take her.
I think I distracted her enough. I got her. I got her.
Yeah, whatever you did there made it louder.
I think Fish kind of shoved it in his mouth.
I'll show you my mouth, man. I get you closer, you can see my scrotum.
Oh yeah, I want to hear that scrotum fish.
Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what?
You heard me. Must be the quality of the
Kind
mic
of.
then. I think it's yeah. It might be.
Oh yeah, it's definitely it's the Mike's brand is called shite.
Rock when he just walks around. I just stare at
Yeah,
him
just like I could eat that, right?
Right? I could never be a vegetarian.
No, me neither, man.
Oh my god.
Could never be a vegan. No.
No, I know, no.
Change
Here,
shirts,
oh
this is
my
not good.
god, Ratsa. So Ratsa just called you a Timo Leon the Professional.
Yeah. At least he didn't say Wish. Team is slightly better than Wish.
At least I wasn't the oh fuck, the Natalie Portman, which was at the time was underage.
Hopefully it's not a splash zone. But this is Ripsaw
See-
Falls.
Can I just give a comment here? This is what I look like when Sid sings. Okay?
No. No.
Still on that 1-800, hit me up for a good time. My shit bumps till it push me out of line. You can't spell my name without the dollar signs. Rainbow money, take whatever. Yes, I'm colorblind. Hit that 1-800, hit my line. Let me 1-800 blow your mind. Big wheels.
Oh no! Dead air! That means we have to get back decks.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! Okay. We are at the SIDS rapid fire question portion of this sit down. Are you ready?
Sorry.
Am I ready? No, I'm not. There we go. Now I'm ready. Almost. I need to stop Spotify. There we go. Let's go.
Sid's rapid fire questions.
Sid's rapid
So thoughtful, man.
Do you think villains tell heroes their big plans mainly because they're just really lonely? Is a hot dog just a sandwich? In Disney's world of cars, do they get life insurance or car insurance? Why are iPhone chargers not called apple juice?
Fair.
Do you think Spider-Man has the auto-rotate feature on his phone on or off?
Sid's rapid fire questions.
It definitely got it on.
Rapid fire.
It'd be on like a wall, like upside down, and be like, "Fuck, it's not turning around."
Can you imagine him hanging upside down and his phone is not on rotate?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
I like the car life insurance one.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's good. It's good. It really makes you question. It's like, huh. So
Thanks, Sid.
yeah, that was a good one. I like that one. Do you have a question for my next sit down? And the one I have one that is a maybe in Risen Arc, or I have one that is a dead set on Wednesday with Xavier.
Let's go with something good. Let's go with like
Is it for
what
Sav?
would you change? I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. What would you change or say to your younger self in your previous relationships?
Oh.
Now you're in your own, or now you're in one, or whatever.
Mm.
Something like that.
Your younger self. I think, what advice would you give, right?
Yeah. Now to your younger self, or your first relationship, or
So I phrased it as, what advice would you give to your younger self in a relationship knowing what you know today?
sounds good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is there a question you would have wished that I had asked you?
No, I think I've prompted my own question.
Yeah.
Throughout the. So.
You've been really good at giving back, and I thoroughly enjoy that. I really do. So, what kind of well, we're gonna wait with that. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up for questions from the chat now. So if you have any questions for Dex or for me, now is the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Kudos to Dex for letting yourself to be put on the spot like this. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
I know it cannot, like, a lot of people have a tendency to get nervous when they're in the tree trunk. But I haven't had that feeling with you. I think you've just approached this as a, you know what, this is just fucking regular. Like, I'm gonna take this as time with Taz.
I think over the years I've come to be a lot like karaoke singing. I am the best singer, or in whatever way, I just go with the whole like I don't care what people think.
Yeah. You are very much confident in yourself enough, like,
but
yeah.
That's only of recent that
Mm.
I've done the whole I don't care what you think. I'm not gonna please you to please me type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is also a growth I've seen you, like, within you. Like, for people who don't know, like, Dex and I have been friends for years, and we met each other this year, actually, or last year. It was right at the cusp of New Year's, right? But
yeah,
So, but prior to that, we have been friends, and we have had a lot of like deep conversations. We've also had our own conflicts, and we've also like we have a friendship that is kind of like we're at that point where we know we are friends. We don't need to prove it to each other, right? And oh, here we go. Questions. Dex, what is your take on a man taking the lead and approaching a woman in today's society?
I think it's almost a must nowadays. I think if you don't as a man, you're seen as like weak, or you're seen as not worthy. Yeah. But you know, I'd like to think that there are women out there that would choose their guy instead of the claiming of a woman type of thing. That seems to be the societal normie of this generation, anyway.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny because it goes back to the whole contradicting part of women want a man that leads, but they're not willing to submit either until the trust and respect is there. But they want the man to show that they can lead, but they're not willing to submit to that either. So it's kind of like it's really hard. I can imagine it can be hard for a man in the dating scene today. Especially when you are a man with the kind of old style values of how a relationship should start and be approached. I can imagine that being hard, because how the fuck do you prove that you can take leadership if the person that you're trying to, you know, lead and guide and such is not willing to submit either, right?
Yeah, I'm all for taking leadership, and actually, I'm all for like any part of it if they say they want it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like asking for permission
Mm-mm.
or something like that. I'm just saying like, how do I put this? Yeah, for the lead example, you could say, I don't know, I'm looking for someone who's going to take leadership, and then you kind of get that approval, that kind of respect approval of being like, I know what you want, so I know how I can give it, instead of being like, I don't know, I feel like I'm overly respectful.
Yeah.
And I need permission.
Like, I consider
sometimes. Go for it.
No, because you are right. You need to have that, like, that, you know, consent to do it, or else they can't submit. But a lot of times, even if you have the consent, they're not willing to submit. They can sit there and say, I want this, but when you then give it, they view it as toxic, like toxicity instead. And that is the sad truth about today, right? Because they say they want it, then you provide it, and they're like, yeah, but I meant in the future. And I'm like, can you make that? Right?
Right, yeah.
But I actually have an example of where you took leadership in a courtship, because you are that old traditional, like, you court a person. You don't jump headfirst into, like, you're doing the whole courting route, right? And you asked, I vividly remember this, you asked this person for their address so you could send them flowers. They didn't know what you wanted to do with their address. They didn't give you an address, they gave you a point where they could pick a thing up that you would send them. The sad truth was that was hours away, but they still picked it up, right? But it's the whole, you saw that what they wanted, you took it as a gesture, and you were like, hey, where can I send something to you? And you took that leadership approach of, I'm going to do this for you, and you're just going to accept it, right? And
just going to have to accept.
Exactly. And it was a sweet gesture, but that also shows leadership, right? So Chaos Age asked, if you had to lose voice, hearing, or sight, which one would you choose?
Voice. It'd have
Mm.
if I had to choose one.
I think I'm too much of a singer. I think I would lose sight.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. Because if I were to wake up tomorrow and not have vision, I would be sad, but I would also know that I've seen a lot of beauty and experienced it with my eyes, but I can experience everything with my heart.
There's a lot of ways to communicate.
Yeah.
I just think I'd find a different way to communicate.
Yeah. I mean, there's ASL. There's all sorts of ways, right? If you can't talk. Pen and paper. There you go. Dex would forever be the one walking around with a
whiteboard.
Have you seen the whiteboard guide over there? Yeah. And the chick I was talking to just saw my phone, broke up with me, and said she wants Dex. So, question: where are you taking her on y'all's first date? That's a good question.
I'm dependent on the person. First date, it would be, I don't know, lunch.
That's a good first date because it doesn't put any. It forces conversation, right? But it's not a nighttime, and it's
not a
the
time
whole
restraint. Yeah, it's like a meeting instead of an outing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good way of putting it.
Exactly. I've always stated that the first date should be a conversation piece, which means that it should be either, as you said, like a lunch, and it should be with no strings attached. It should be, as you said, a formal sitting, right? It should be that place where you guys get to kind of know each other. You ask the questions of, and get the feeling of whether or not it should go into a second date. And then the second date, personally for me, should always be an activity. It's something you do together, but it should not be an activity as a movie. It should be, we go axe throwing, or we go to a fucking escape room, or one of those, what are they called, anger management rooms, or whatever it may be, right? Rage room. Stuff like that. Stuff where you can laugh together, still have a conversation, and then that could easily move into a dinner, for example, right? And then the third date, that should be the cozy setting of a movie, or like a dinner or a drink or whatnot, because then that is, the third date kind of seals, okay, we have been on 2 dates, we have been talking, we have had an activity together, I've gotten to see if you're a competitive person or a sore loser or whatnot, right? And then the third date kind of seals the deal of whether or not we should go on a fourth. And that third date should feel a little more intimate, right? And then by the fourth date, you should kind of have that set mindset of, okay, we are dating now. We are officially, that is the fourth date, kind of, that conversation needs to be on the table of, are we exclusive? Right?
Right. Yeah.
That is how I see it. Because it's if you do it online, it's a little bit different. There are a lot more restrictions to it, but if it's in person, that is the way that I would want it to go. The online version is a little bit different, because online you can really only communicate. You can really only talk, right?
Right. Yeah.
So Garish says, or do you want to join my polyamorous relationship? Exactly, Garish. That's a good conversation piece. If you, I think, okay, this is a question, actually. Do you think that it is important to state on the very first date, or even in your bio on a dating app, that you are polyamorous?
Yeah. If you know that you're polyamorous, and you're saying that that someone else might be monogamous, you're just limiting their compatibility. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, you're kind of forcing them, and if you're not honest about that, You're kind of forcing them into a narrative that they don't fit in.
So they get
right?
lured into like they're going to be in a monogamous relationship with you, and then you come out like a month later saying that you're actually poly.
Yeah.
And you have someone on the side, and it's like,
yeah, that is just pure manipulation, right? Yeah. Do you believe in opening up a relationship later down the road? As in, if you were in a healthy, happy relationship and your partner came up to you and said, "Hey, you know I'm bisexual. I kind of miss having, you know, whether it be sex or a relationship with a woman," would you be like, "We can try and open it up," or would you be like, "That is not for me. Go find your happiness"?
Respectfully, I'd be like, "That's not me." But that's
Mm.
it's not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that is fair. That is completely fair. It is. And it's also a matter of self-respect, right? Because there's the
Yeah.
whole conversation of when is it a sacrifice and when is it a compromise? I had that whole talk with Sid on the sit down with him that I think a lot of people open up their relationships if they've been monogamous, and then they open it up either as trying to save the relationship. Don't ever fucking do that, okay? That's just pure stupidity. Or because they don't want to lose their person, so they sacrifice their monogamous values and ideals to keep who they love. And when is it a sacrifice and when is it a compromise? Because the compromise is a healthy, you know, opening up because you are also interested in that.
Right.
But the sacrifice is that I'm just doing it for you, right? That is yeah. You'd want to join Dr. Clutch? So you have potential to be polyamorous, is what you're saying. People do a lot of very fucking dumb things to save a relationship, like getting a fucking kid or married. I've seen people try to save their relationship by getting married.
With a dog.
Or get a dog. It's like, okay, sure, we have problems in our relationship. Let's add more responsibility. Like, it's just so stupid. I've never, like, I sat down, and I can take this, like, this was years ago, and nobody would know who these people are, but I sat down with a couple who came in for marriage counseling, right? And I've always had this rule that you should not sit at a marriage counselor every week for the rest of your life. That is not how it works. You come in there, you fix your problems, and you leave again. So I've always stated that whenever they came into me, I told them about the disc of love, and then I was like, okay, now that we have this knowledge, we need a time frame. How does 6 months sound for you guys? Like, we've either squashed your problems within the next 6 months, or you guys leave each other and just realize that you guys are not compatible for each other anymore, right? And I think it was around the 6th visit they had, they came and asked, sorry, that was an alarm. They came and asked me, like, they were like, so we went like on a market last week and they had the cutest puppies, and we were just sat there discussing whether or not we should get a puppy, and this woman was so into it, and you could just tell the man next to her, he was just sat there stone-faced, and he was like, not interested in that thought at all. And I looked the woman in the eye, I was like, do you think this added responsibility to your already fragile relationship is gonna fix it? Yeah, because it would be something we would be in together. And then I just pointed to him and I was like, look at your husband right now. And she was like, what do you mean? I've never seen a man be more unsatisfied and disinterested in an idea than he is right now. I was like, no, but like we talk, he seemed in, just because he talked about an idea that you have, a wish and a want that you have, doesn't mean that he necessarily wants it too. And then I was like, what is your opinion about it? And he opened up and he was like, I really don't think it's a good idea with where we're at in life right now, because we could potentially, you know, leave each other within the next 4 months. I don't think that it's a logical, solid choice to be made right now.
Yeah.
And I told her that when we had a conversation, but she was not willing to listen. And I was like, aha, here we have a core thing we can work on, right? But she
Right.
was willing to sit there and take that into account and be like, yeah, but maybe this can fix everything if we have like a shared hobby. And I was like, a dog is not a shared hobby. It's a shared responsibility, man. Like, there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
We do, because it takes time and effort to be in a relationship, and who wants to throw away that time and effort? Exactly, Garish. But there's decisions made out of pure panic. And then there's decisions that are made to solidify an already toxic narrative. And it is, I get that people want to stay together, because you've put a lot of time and effort into your relationship. But sometimes growth over years have made it so that you two are not compatible for each other anymore. And that is okay too. And sometimes you grow together, right?
Mhm.
I've always said having a mediator in between, like a counselor or a therapist or whatever it may look, it never hurts, because you get a third party view,
Opinion. Yeah.
like fresh eyes on what is happening, right? You get the bird view, you get the outside perspective, you get the headlines of what is going on instead of having the personal experience in it. It never hurts. And that is also what I think I
Unbiased.
admire. Yeah, exactly. An unbiased opinion. I think that is also why I admire polyamorous relationships so much, because that is also what I've heard, that even though you are all intertwined, there is a third party that has that unbiased opinion, even though they care about you, right? So if my girl was like, I want a girlfriend to sleep with, I'd be like, shit, I want her too. But if she wants, but she wasn't into that, then I'd think differently, I bet. Yeah. I think it's a matter of where are you in your relationship, but also who you are as a person, right? I'm a very experienced person in various ways, Dr. Clutch. I've tried a lot of things. And it's only because I'm curious about who I am as a person, and I want to grow and I want to learn. And I know for a fact that sharing, I'm kind of like Joey. I don't fucking share my food.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any questions out there for Dex? It could be revolving around, you know, involuntary singleness or being single, dating apps, however it may look. I'm trying to sit here and think of one. La, 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 la. Is there, in your interactions on dating apps, have you felt it can be kind of repetitive and boring?
Yes, sometimes. I feel like the bit before you meet someone for the first time, but you're talking. I feel like the whole, if you haven't got a time to meet them, I feel like trying to arrange that, and the time in between that is very stale. Like, because you've got all the questions out of the way, kind of, most of them through text. Well, obviously you haven't got the intimate bit, but yeah, I feel like it sometimes turns into a like, hi, how are you? Good morning, whatever thing. I like, because you have to keep the interest,
Yeah.
or else they think you're not interested.
Yeah.
And then I start like small talk thing that I don't know. I'm just not very good at. So
I
I
think
feel
you're
like yeah. I feel like if I don't say something, then I'm not interested. Or yeah, you know what I mean?
yeah. No, I think it's kind of like RP if we can take it in, and of course you can, Bobby. It's kind of like role play in GTA, for example. It's the same route to get to what it is that you want, right? It just has a different name on the character, but it's the same kind of structure you have to go through in order to have that character be a success, right? However that success may look, whether it's a criminal or an officer or a civilian, right?
Mhm.
And it's that grind. It feels like a grind in the beginning, like that whole let me reach out. Yeah, we match. Let me reach out. Have the same fucking boring ass conversations for a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Decide to meet up. Try to keep the interest alive until we can meet up. And then it's that like it just gets, I can imagine that it's the same kind of fucking 30 questions for the professor
Mhm.
every single time, right? And that does, I can imagine that does get stale at some point. What's one
I
common?
think it's different.
Mm.
Sorry, I
No,
think
no.
it's different if they're interested.
Yeah.
Because I've had a lot of things where it's like, you say you match on a dating app,
Mm.
and then you send the first message because that's what we're supposed to do. And then it's like, it's just it's not small talk because you're getting to know someone, but it's not productive.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes after a while it's just a waste of time. Not because it's not nice to talk to someone or to show interest, but I don't know.
No, I think
don't know.
it's definitely like right after my divorce, I went on Tinder. And I have a friend. I don't talk to him as much today as I used to, but we became friends even though our first interaction was very much flirtatious of nature, right? But there was a mutual, you can definitely tell when there is a mutual interest versus when it's just like that whole obligated conversation because we matched, right?
Right.
And that is also another thing. I feel like dating apps today are very much geared to the visual aspect, not as
Yes.
much as the personal and emotional level, right? Which to me is, it's that whole like, oh, I like you. I like you. No, I like the way you look, right?
Right.
And yes, I get that attraction is a very important part of, you know, it should be an important part of a relationship. But I also, I think you work the same way as I do. Of course, there can be a physical attraction, but that also really builds up if you get your neurons firing with the person through conversation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not to bash myself over the head of the standards I have, my ex-husband, he looked like a fucking front flip kick to the face, to be quite honest. But I fell for him for his values and the integrity that I thought he had, right?
Right.
And again, I'm omnisexual, so I work completely different than a lot of other people. I'm more attracted to personality, in intellect, in humor, and such. And if they look good, especially with their
bonus.
arms above their head and sitting there stretching their back out in their chair. I'm not mentioning any names, but I'm definitely hinting. And then for me, the attraction grows when I'm intellectually attracted to you, right?
100%. I don't know what sexuality I am, but that sounds
Yeah.
somewhat similar.
Um,
I couldn't really care for the sexual thing off the rip.
No.
Like as you said, getting the mental
a person can be the
emotional connection.
Yeah. I've always said a person can be the prettiest fucking thing on the planet, and you can sit there and be like, oh my god, you are beautiful. But as soon as they open their mouth and you're just like, then all of that just fades. All of it. Right? And I much rather grow, because beauty fades over time, age, whatever. Beauty fades. You can be so beautiful on the outside, but we all grow old with wrinkles and gray hair and chin hair for us women, and we all grow old at some point, and will not have the same kind of beauty. But does it really matter in the long run, right? So, and losing hair for most men and women, exactly. So, what's one common horse care practice you think people defend mostly because that's how it's always been done? Bobby asks. That's actually, if you guys don't know, Dex works with horses on a daily basis.
People defend.
Yeah.
It depends. Do people defend it, the riders, or people defend it as the activists? Because you can have, say, I don't know, use of whips.
Yeah.
The riders are going to defend, but the activists aren't.
And also how you use the whip, right? Because there's
Right.
a major difference in how you use the whip. Because a lot of people have a tendency to think like the jockeys, you know, like in derby races, like you see them fucking, you know, and personally for me, I'm like, that is not how you use a whip. You use a whip as a correction, like a correctional tool, like a little, you know,
correction,
flick,
yeah.
like that, right? And yeah, that's just my stand on it. But yeah, is that what you meant with?
There's a lot of different opinions, debates on loads of shit, like shoes or
spurs,
for
example, as Bobby
spurs,
says.
yeah, whips, medication, clipping. I don't know, anything. There's probably an argument for everything because people are nuts.
Yeah.
Or people have had a bad experience that they push on others.
I will say with spurs, the argument is that spurs is animal abuse, and I will say this: spurs are not meant to be kicked, right? I think
the way you see them in movies, like the Western movies,
Yeah.
and the whole, it puts a bad thing on them.
Exactly. A lot of these correctional tools that has been invented for correction, like correcting behavior or addressing behavior, wanting the horse to go forward or whatever it looked like, it has been a lot of times spun in this narrative of it should be aggressive, where in the days like practice is so far from the truth, right?
In the wrong hands, like in the wrong hands, anything can be bad.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's the training of, I think.
Yeah.
Or the
It's the same with
social-
dogs. There's no such thing as a bad dog. There's a bad owner. And it's the same with the horses. There's no such thing as a bad horse, but there's a bad horse owner and a bad horse trainer, right? 100%. And
Yeah.
whether or not you use these tools, it depends on how you use them, I would say. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, if people didn't know this, I used to be a horse girly. Dex and I have we have really bonded over that a lot. So yeah. I know someone that got in real life married to someone that met in GTA RP. A lot of my past relationships came out from GTA RP to a point where I'm not playing roleplay anymore because every single time I've gotten into roleplay, I've ended up in a relationship, even though I said I didn't want to, and I've been like, nope, burned my fucking hands on that stove too many times now. Yeah, no. I met someone via World of Warcraft, and someone else. Neither lasted. Yeah, I met my late wife through AOL RP chat. Yeah, I need that mental connection or whatever you call it before I can think of fix it. Exactly, Garish. You have to get my neurons firing in order to get the rest of my fucking body firing as well. The kind of person where the lights are on but nobody has been home for it. Exactly, Chaos. Like, we all know those pretty girls on Instagram that have fucking millions, gazillions of followers and such, and then as soon as they open their mouth, you just sat there thinking like, you should just shut up and look pretty. You're good at that. Just continue to do that, please. Right?
To quit your day job, yeah.
Yeah. Great clarification. Or even Spurs. Yeah. Any other questions out there, guys?
I had one, but I can't think.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Sat here listening to a piano being played in the background.
Beep, beep, beep. Can't think of it, so Anything else?
Would you?
Anyone else?
If there was a dating app invented for where no profile pictures was there at all, I thoroughly believe that it might be out there. I don't know, but I haven't heard of it yet. If there was a dating app out there where no pictures was allowed, but it was only descriptions of, like, people were not allowed to tell what they wanted out of a relationship, but they were only allowed to describe themselves. And maybe even add someone else's description off of them in there. Would that be a dating app you would go on?
Probably. I did go on one recently where they actually encourage the woman to make the first move. So you'll be on there, and then once you get a like from someone, then you can then interact, which is interesting. I thought. But yeah, the one you said sounds. I don't know. I don't know if people would use it because the whole looks thing.
It could also be interesting because Dr. Clutch said it themselves here, right? I think people rely on it. It could be interesting to make a dating app where a person you have been on a date with could leave a review.
That'd be interesting. Or it's like someone with like 50 reviews and be like, good time, fun time.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, you know, like there's no pictures, there's no nothing. You can't describe them by their looks, right? But you can leave a review on how a date with them went.
That'd be mad.
That would be, I think that would actually be interesting.
There's
People
so
lie
many
on it.
bad ones.
Happy 420, B. Yes, it is. It's 420. Clink it up, guys. If you can clink it up, clink it up. But or an app where you have to provide references that have to provide an actual description of you. Yeah, exactly, Bobby. Like, I think that could be I think that could be especially the review part. Like, I think that could
They
be
had
really
something
fucking...
similar where you could ask a friend to like leave a minute like video or a message, like a voice note on one of their things, and then they could like upload it to your profile, which was kind of similar. Like, oh, this is what my friend thinks about me, or why you should date this person from my friend's perspective,
That's
or something.
fucking great. I love that.
Which is quite funny.
Yeah. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. That is yeah. Do you think that there is like a, with the quick swiping today and the, you know, lack of, we had the beautiful word for it earlier, I can't remember it now. The attention span like dying down. Do you think a good dating profile and putting effort into it actually means anything?
I'd like to say yes, but there's so many women profiles that are T, or I don't understand. I do understand, but I also don't understand. Dating isn't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for the wrong thing.
Yeah. Well, I think like if we take Tinder into as a perspective here, right? The whole swipe left and right thing, it is very much, as I also said before, very much visual. And I think a lot of the women or men that are on these apps and that has no bio, that has no like anything, they are solely only there to provide the visual and look for the visual. And you just know, like, for what you are there for, you know that that is not something that is for you, right? Welcome back, Bearded. But I personally, I think there is no shame in putting effort into something if it's what you want, right?
Right, yeah.
So I also think for your sake, from your perspective, I think it is definitely important to put effort into a dating app so people actually get what it is that you're looking for.
I do see though I could see how if you put effort in, it's a turn off for women.
You can look desperate.
Because yeah, either you look desperate or
so many fucking micro fucking management things, shit, fucking
Right.
assumptions, man.
yeah, or you put effort in and it's like you give them too much to say no to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I generally believe that it is not your responsibility to whether or not the woman can speak up and say no on her own behalf, if it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's just me, maybe it's just a set of values that I have, but I'm a firm believer in it can never be a guy's responsibility in an interaction to, of course, we should all be able to read the room. That is not what I'm saying. We should all be able to read cues and read the room and read the person. But if you don't know the person and you don't know their baseline, it is not your responsibility to read their mind. It's not.
Yeah.
It is their responsibility to let you be aware of how they are, right? It is your responsibility to continuously ask, and I'm talking about consent here, guys. And whether that looks like a swipe left or right on a dating app, or it is in a sexual context, consent is key. It is only the guys or girls counterpart responsibility to continuously ask, right? But it cannot be their responsibility to read the room if they don't know the person. So let's say you went on a first date and the person, I can take my own example into account here.
Right.
Before I was with Sid, I went on a date with someone, and I had been very, very adamant with this person that I am an infomaniac. And I don't say that as a hee hee ha ha ha, because it's an actual fucking problem. It is something that is not fun to live with on a day-to-day basis. And I told them this, and they immediately thought, I think, I will say this, all good vibes and all good energy to this person. I think that they thought I was saying it as a, you know, like a pickup thing, like this is a pickup line kind of thing. But I told them that I, just like you, I wanted to start things slow. I wanted to actually go on a real fucking date for once in my life. And I wanted to meet up and just go for a walk. And if it led to us having lunch at his place, then it led to that, right? And it was a good date. Like we had good conversation. We went on a good walk and we had like good conversation, talked, and it was really nice. So I went back to his place and had, you know, lunch and such. But prior to this date, I had told him also almost directly like this, that in my sane moment here, on one-on-one, I will let you know that I do not want to have sex on the first date. I don't want to have sex on the first date because it goes against my values and it goes against something like the interaction I want to have with you as a person. But I also know that if the situation is presented to me because I'm a nymphomaniac, I will not be able to say no. So I'm letting you know now that this is what I want. I don't want to have sex with you on the first date. So please don't try and push for that, right? And when we got home and we got there, he pushed for it and I can't say no. So he went against my wishes, right? I don't claim that to be our word or anything because I consented to that. But he also knew prior in my sane, calm, collected moment that wasn't my wish. So did he take advantage of me and my weak moment? We can sit here and discuss that until later tonight. I don't have any ill feelings or any ill intentions or will issues towards this person at all. We were not compatible because he showed me very early, very quickly, that he is not willing to respect my wishes, therefore not willing to respect me, right? So I stepped away from that. But that doesn't mean that he's not a good person at all. Like, it just means that we're not compatible because he did not understand. He did not comprehend what I was saying, right? And that is not on him or on him or on me at all. It just shows that we are not, when it comes to communication, either compatible. So,
right.
But that just shows that consent shows itself in many ways, shape, and forms. I will never sit here and claim that he did something I didn't like against my wishes because I consented in the moment. I didn't consent to it prior or after, but in the moment I did. And I think a lot of people would say that he took advantage of me. I don't. It doesn't make him a bad person, like that he has wants and needs and desires. But it makes me a weak person for not being able to say no in the moment as well, right? And that is something I need to work on. That's not him and his problem. So consent has many shapes and forms, and it's important to continuously ask and not assume, right? My wife and I didn't have sex for the first month. It worked because we really wanted to make sure we were serious, but we had friends for 2 years prior to that. We have been friends for 2 years prior to that. See, that is the kind of fucking thing that Dex is searching for right there, right? That slow burning start.
I haven't really helped myself in the whole, like, I don't know. I don't know where you found your wife, but I assume it was either in a friend circle or a workplace environment.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Me being self-employed for like the last 8 years hasn't helped the whole workplace thing.
No.
Or, oh, let's go out for drinks at the pub, or, you know, that thing, so I haven't really helped myself. But hopefully, the uni thing might change.
I think it's gonna open up doors both for friendships for you, but also in the romantic setting that you are kind of forced to be surrounded by people, right? And I think, and I can't wait because I've seen you for a lot, and you've seen me for a lot of life changes. But I can't wait to see what this chapter does for you. And I think it's going to open up because you are so in tune with yourself and you are so open with yourself and you're so open to new things in your life as well, that this opportunity that is going to be presented for yourself, you're going to welcome with open arms. Even though you can be an introvert majorly, I think you're going to take the opportunity to actually try and get out of that bubble, right? Not that there's anything wrong with being an introvert at all, but it's the whole thing of when we want that connection, we also have to kind of work for it, and introverts have a way of forgetting that sometimes. So, but he didn't respect you, but exactly, Bobby, exactly. And that was why it didn't work out, right? Because in an ideal world, he should have listened to me when I was sane, because I was very verbal. I was very honest. I was very open with him, and I told my truth to him. I spoke my truth. He should have taken that for value and not what happened in the moment, right? And he should also have asked in the moment whether or not, like, I know you said this prior to us meeting. I know you can give me an, enthusiastic yes right now, but logically, is this still what you want? Or do you just want it because candy is being presented to you right now, right? But we can sit here and discuss all of that. It's not going to change the fact that it happened, and I don't have contact with this person anymore. I only wish him the best. Just because we're not compatible with the way that we worked, it doesn't mean that he's not compatible for somebody else out there, and I wish him the best. It was a friend circle. The story is quite a bit more to it than that, but it was also back in the early 2000s, so massively different time. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fair.
If it weren't for having my son, I might as well forget that what the world is like outside. Yeah, period. I very much feel that. I'm a hermit, but I also have social anxiety times 5,000. And the reason why I have social anxiety is because when I go outside of my door, 9 times out of 10, I get approached in a very, very inappropriate manner.
Derogatory.
Yeah. And it's just, it doesn't take away from the social anxiety one bit. So yeah, I order my groceries to get delivered unless I need something specific, then I have to go out. But usually I go out and I shop with my kids or sit on the phone. So people don't approach me as much. It's not that I don't go outside. I do go outside, but it's I am a hermit. I like my little fucking tree trunk here, okay? Speaking of, Bearded, are you okay with me sharing a mutual experience we had when it comes to the whole, consent and knowledge and such? Feelings. Taking things personal versus seriously. Okay, so to kind of add into that whole context of consent and also like taking things personally, also infatuation, right? Bearded and I have known each other for the entirety I've been streaming on Twitch, and gone in and out of each other's lives, and he confided in me, and I helped him with a lot of the emotional burdens he had in his life at that time. And he quickly got infatuated with me because I was there in a time of need. And I had to kind of break Bearded's heart a little bit. I'm happy that he's still here and he saw it for what it was. But again, that was the whole, like, sometimes it's infatuation because we see you can save me, right? But I can still save you as a friend. We don't need to have that romantic tie in order for me to be there for you, right? And it ties into that whole, I think a lot of people get so easily infatuated in this day and age because they are desperate.
It's attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not to say
It
that
goes back
Bearded was desperate. I don't think Bearded has ever been desperate for anything. But I think he saw my hand's reach as something that was incredibly good for him, and he wanted more of that, so he became more infatuated with me. And yeah. It didn't help that Bearded and I spoke almost on a daily basis back then either. So yeah. I think I kind of also kind of added to it, which was not fair, but yeah. I added to it to everybody back then. I was I was single and I was ready to mingle. Let me put it that way. Hermitage is the best. Outside is bleh, right? Right?
Bleh.
That is my feeling of outside. And Dex is in it every day, but he's in it with animals, so it doesn't count.
Right. You know what they say? Don't work with animals or children.
Oh. Oh?
That's what they say, isn't it?
Isn't that just in the film industry?
Is it?
I think so. So, even though some of the horses that you work with are definitely, I think they could definitely be looked upon as divas.
Right. Yeah.
It was spicy at that point. Let's say that. Right, Bearded? I work with children on daily. It's not that bad. I used to work in a kindergarten. And I love kids. I really do. And I'm great with kids. But when you come home every day and you're like, I just need peace and quiet, then you should not work with kids on a day-to-day basis. Let me just say that. You should not be working with kids if you come home and the first thing you do when you get in for the door, as a mother yourself, is saying, I just need 30 minutes of sitting and staring at a wall. Right? Then you shouldn't be working with kids. That's just my personal opinion.
Valid.
But I used to work in hospice care, and I used to work with elderly people in social and healthcare. And it's not the same kind of level of noise, but it's, especially in home care, it can be the same kind of level of impromptu stress, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. If anyone else don't have a question right now, I think we're gonna
Oh, I
round
bet
this
Nia
up.
has a question.
You said what?
I said, I bet Nia has a question.
Nia has a lot of questions. It's just a matter of whether she wants to ask them or not.
Ask them or not.
Yeah. Me? Yeah. Do you have a question for Dex?
I'm gonna joke it. You probably don't have a question.
I don't have questions. Aww.
Fine.
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 We're gonna give you guys. Should we go into another ad break? And then you guys can
Sure.
think of questions that we can answer after the ad break. Why he's so cute, but that's not the topic, right? Well, Dex is cute
it's
because
related.
when a mom and dad loves each other really much, they create a
And then the
cute
dad
baby.
leaves for milk.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
So we're gonna have another ad break, guys, to tie everything up here, and then when we come back, if there's no questions, we're gonna let it be. If you guys have questions, we're gonna answer them for a little while longer. Yeah. Think of good questions, guys. I mainly need this ad break because I need to pee. So yeah. People don't know that. Be right back. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Hi. Okay,
Oh, you
that was
showed that darkness.
anticlimactic for sure.
You totally showed the darkness on that one.
Oh, we have a nice slice and dice on the wall now. Going to the theater. Everything is a theatric. I love it.
And I thought I was theatrical. Oh well. Now that I've been outperformed, I'm just gonna go ahead.
We come. Me too, man. But only on Mondays. I'll be watching Lizard. Every single lizard. And every lizard you lizard. Every lizard you lizard. Every lizard you stay. I'll be lizard you. Oh, can't you see? Jesus Christ, you belong to me. Oh, I'm a party with every step you take and every move you make. When you talk down and make you what the fuck. No, Mama, it's a dad joke. I get that, but like, I'm ordered an egg and a cheese. I got it now. It took a while, but I got there. I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry you're dead. I had the time of my life, and I never felt this way before. 'Cause I swear it's the truth, for only Purry can make me feel this way. Okay.
Do we want to listen to it first?
I mean, we can, yeah.
'Cause I don't remember how
Because
this one goes.
I was about to say you wanted the Forever Gentleman one because that was the one that you felt sounded best.
We both wanted it. Excuse me. I remember this was a mutual agreement.
Okay, sure.
All right, well, let's just listen to it.
Let's
I can't
listen
remember
to
how
it
it
first.
went.
Okay. Yep, we
Change
hear.
shirts
Oh
this
my
time.
God, Ratsa. So Ratsa just called you a Timo Leon the Professional.
Yeah. At least he didn't say Wish. Team is slightly better than Wish.
At least I wasn't the oh fuck, the Natalie Portman, which was at the time was underage.
Oh my God. Hey, love doctor, give us the magic words. They go ooh ee, ooh ah ah, ting tang, walla walla bang bang bang. Ooh ee, ooh ah ah, ting tang, walla walla bang bang. That's If I tell a joke, you've probably heard it before. Most likely a fart joke. But I have a talent, a wonderful thing, 'cause everyone I'm so grateful and proud. All I want is to sing it out loud. Somebody save it.
I know.
These are the kind of survivors I do not like. Tash do not like these kind of survivors. Okay? Capiche? I don't like it. But it gives challenge. It gives spiciness. It makes me use my brain. It makes me use this big skull muscle. Right? Okay. Are we ready? Here
Oh,
we
you
go.
got wow. Okay.
I told you. I hope you guys are ready for this. I don't care how weird I may look right now. Oh my god.
No. I made a mistake. Sorry. I ordered dinner to the wrong house.
Wait, what?
You're such a
Excuse me,
nice
I need to fix
guy.
that.
Such a nice guy.
I did that before. Well, I didn't do that before. They actually brought they Ubered my food to the wrong house, and I had no idea where they put it. So.
Oh my god, there's no way to cancel this shit. Fuck.
While we were here in the ad break, I actually had a question for Dex. Because he was talking about what he was going to do tonight. So, when you are not looking, right? And you don't want to, you're just taking care of yourself and you're just doing your own thing. I know that you personally you're starting to kind of work out of your shell. You said you were going to go and have a poker night, right? Is that like an advice you would give anybody that is in this, like, what can you say, kind of like time part of their life that you are in? Just keep yourself occupied?
I think just having social I'm gonna say interaction is like just lifestyle, isn't it? And if you ever my brain's gone. If you ever just I don't know. I've had that little kid come into my head going, "You ever just had a dream that
Yeah.
you could do anything?"
You could do anything. Do you believe that you could still have like the same kind of connections online that you would have in person?
To a point, I think you can, like as you said, the whole fire analogy. It can burn really good at the start, and then you get like that feeling of like you haven't had that physical aspect.
Yeah.
And that's why long distance doesn't work.
Yeah.
Personally.
Because you would
'Cause I'm
want
like,
that.
it's
connection.
unrealistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like it's unrealistic to expect a connection for long distance.
Yeah. I think it requires again, it's the same with the polyamory thing, right? I think it is up to the individual what they can kind of stomach. Like, I think when it comes to long distance, unless you have a dead set like value set in place or a common goal or an acceptance that is mutual between the two parties in the relationship, or more if it's polyamory, then it won't work. Like I was in it turned out bad because he was married, but I was in and now I know why he was so okay with it being long distance forever and ever, right? But like,
right, yeah.
I was in a long distance relationship where the narrative was that we were always going to be long distance, right? And I later found out that it was because he was married. That is a different story, right? But it's that whole, the acceptance of it, right? If you can accept the fact that that is the way that it works, it can work. But I think there has to be that common mutual agreement on how it's going to work. And
yeah,
I've later on come to that realization that I won't do long distance forever, right? That is not who I am. At some point there has to be a common goal of being together, right?
Right.
And that doesn't necessarily, like, as a lot of people believe that Sid and I are going to be forever and ever and ever and ever. We don't even know that. Like, we just want to meet each other first and see where things go, and then have a discussion about our future and how it's going to look like. Whether that looks like making a plan, or it looks like acceptance of just being long distance. That is a conversation between him and I, but it is that whole, there has to be that conversation, right?
For
But
sure, yeah.
personally, I'm at a space in my life and in a place of my life where I would prefer if that acceptance of it being long distance forever would not be a thing.
Yeah.
Because I would want that, like, coming home to my partner, or they coming home to me every day, right?
Yeah.
So, question, Dex, have you ever been in a relationship just to be in one?
Have I ever been in a I'd say yeah, no, yeah, once. Like, it was like early high school.
Yeah.
Because it was a thing to do.
Yeah.
It was the thing to do. I didn't have any, well, obviously at that age you don't have any like sexual whatever towards someone. But I wouldn't say it like a my pick, if that makes sense. I was asked and I said yes.
We live, learn, and grow, right? And you and I have completely different, like, and I think that's also why the conversation is so interesting. We have different kind of experiences in life when it comes to relationships, right? And I have been in plenty of relationships where I was just in them because I was infatuated, and I was just in it for the sake of being in it, right? Because it gave me that feeling. And again, it's that whole, we can go back to that whole relationship I had where we claimed that we were chosen long distance, right? Like,
right.
I was in that just for the sake of being in it. That was not healthy at all. Like, taking all of the perspective out that he was married, I didn't know about it, all of that, right? That was one of those relationships that I went in just for the sake of being in it, right? Because we were in a relationship in GTA roleplay and all of that, and it trickled into real life, and that was just the sake of kind of like keeping it alive, right? Until I didn't want to anymore. Out of obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
But you also learn from those, right? You learn. I've always stated that if you don't take away from your failures, you don't become wise. Like, and wisdom is everything in life. Life is a learning curve, and we're here to learn something. Whether that is what it looks like for you doesn't really matter, right? But it matters to you and you personally. But life is a major learning curve, and we're here to take those experiences that we have and learn from them. And sometimes we have to repeat a lot of the same mistakes in order to learn something from it, because we are fucking elephant skull idiots that doesn't get it right the first 500 times, right? Speaking about myself here, like, because I know I've made a lot of mistakes, but I've also taken away from them. And if anything, they have taught me what I want and what I give to others, right? So it's not been
I've got
in
a
vain.
good question.
Yeah.
it's related regarding us, as in like friendship wise.
Hmm.
What would you say you've given to me or I've given to you in terms of a trait or whatever for since you've gone through your breakups? Or I've had mine as well, to be fair.
You've provided a sounding board. It's been a very repetitive sounding board, I will say that. But you have been a good sounding board for me when I've had a need to just cry and just let it out. And yes, you've given feedback, but you've never given feedback without asking whether or not I was ready for that constructive feedback, right? Is that whole
Right.
of you've provided me a space to where I could just be in my emotions so I could go through it and get over it. And I think it's important to have friendships that allow that. And then when I've been ready to kind of ask those questions to kind of learn and grow, you've also been good at showing me reality from your perspective, which is also important
Right.
to me because it is important to me to get. I go to different people for different perspectives, right? So
Yeah.
when I come to you, I go from a certain set of like eyes on it, and that you've been really good at giving me. You've given me space, like you've given me a space where I could be in my emotions, but you also handed me a lot of like perspectives on me that I also value highly. Because is there one thing Dex is not? He might be a person that goes for compromises to keep the peace, but he's not what we call just a back rubber. That is one thing about Dex, that he will never just say things that you want to hear. If you ask for an opinion or if you ask for his perspective on stuff, he will grant you it, whether or not you are ready to hear it. Like, you asked, so you better be ready to hear his truth, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that is what you've granted me.
Well, in my limited relationships, I'd say you grant me someone I can go to then tell them about it.
Mm.
Does that make sense? I haven't got like a friend, like a local friend that's like, oh, we're gonna meet up and we're gonna gossip.
Mm.
So it's been nice to have that, like someone I could go to and say things, whether it's good or bad or like relationship wise. Anyway, and then you've been supportive.
Yeah. When you've come to me and be like, hey, I think I'm talking to a person and it's kind of moving somewhere, I've always been like, yeah. but it's also like that whole, do you want me to like be supportive or do you want me to question whether or not this is for you, right? Not
Right.
that you need my acceptance or my fucking anything for moving forward with anyone, but it's kind of nice to have that sounding board of these are the kind of like what do I do in this scenario, right? Is this emotions or is this infatuation? Is this like, is it something that I should pursue? And I have this outlook. I've always said nothing is, and I've also told Dex this, nothing is, when it comes to relationships, a waste of time. Because it matters to you when you're in it. And you can look after if you've been in a relationship for a year and be like, oh my God, that was such a waste of time. Yeah, you can have that perspective on it and be a Debbie Downer, or you can put on your big boy pants and look at it and say, okay, but what did I learn from this? What
Mhm.
can I actually take away
A
from
reflection.
this? Exactly.
Yeah.
And take with me into the next, right? Did I do anything that was hypocritical? Did I what was I actually true to myself, right? Because emotions are one thing, but we are also humans, and relationships, whether it's bonded through infatuation or love, it is never a waste of time if you're feeling good about it. Because I do remember like the one mutual that we have that you had something with for a few months. Like I do remember you sitting there after it ended and you were like, oh, but it was just a waste of time. And I was like, Dex, no. And it's like that perspective change of nothing can be a waste of time if you actually enjoyed the time that you had, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
that was definitely a in the moment thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's just like Sid and I, right? I've stated this 100 times before. If Sid woke up tomorrow morning and said, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, I don't see a future for us, would I be devastated? Fuck yes, it would break my heart. But I would also be like, thank you for the time I get to share with you. It was beautiful. I still love you. I will probably always love you. You granted me something that was incredible, right? It was a little bubble and moment in my life. And it's the same with Bobby. Like when I kind of came to the conclusion that what Bobby and I had could not move forward into the future from my perspective of what I wanted, right? I never had said anything bad about Bobby after that. Like because it was even though it wasn't a mutual agreement per se, we came to a mutual agreement of it's better off this way, right?
Right.
That doesn't mean
Understanding.
that it was a waste of time. We shared something incredibly beautiful for those 6 months, and we got to know each other on a deeper level and with a different connection, right? That doesn't mean it was a waste of time, because I learned a lot from my time with Bobby, and I learned a lot from him. Like, and I've always stated that I put him up on a pedestal as the person that taught me how I should be loved properly, what it should look like, what it should feel like, right? And he had been my sounding board after that as well. For was this disrespect, or was this actually like it's that whole narrative of he has shown me what I deserve, right?
Right.
So I've always stated that even though it doesn't work out, it's never a waste of time. And it's the same with Sid. Like, I would never consider it a waste of time, even though, let's say he comes here and we decide that we're not going to move on with our relationship. I would never ever consider it a waste of time. Could I potentially have found someone near me that would make it a lot easier? Sure. But I wouldn't have the experiences, and I wouldn't have learned what I learned with Sid if I had that mindset, right?
Yeah.
I appreciate people who can be very straightforward and blunt. Well, you are right amongst the right people here then. I've always said I'm the most honest person I know, and I always ask, and Dex can also confirm this, if you come to me with something, I always ask, do you want me to listen, or do you want my actual, input here? And you might hear some truths that you're not ready to hear, because if you say yes to, yeah, I want your input, I'm not a backstroker. That is not what I do. I tell it how I see it. I say it how it is. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. Until people provide me with more information, then I change my mind, right? I'm very moldable, but if there's one thing I am, it's straightforward and very blunt. I'm not proud of it, but I've learned something from my past relationship. I'd rather have my peace than compromise it. Exactly, and that is how we should go through it. We should never compromise I've always stated that relationships are two individuals that are coming together, making something beautiful. It doesn't mean that you become one, even when you become married. In the law, you are one person, but respectively and like in the perspective, you will never become one person, right?
Point. That's not the point, is to become one. It's two living like in unison.
Yeah.
isn't it?
It is two people coming together to create and maintain something together, right? And a lot of people have that view set of, oh, we're one person when we're in a relationship. No, you're still two individuals that are very much different that have to make something beautiful together work, right? And I've always said that it is your responsibility to keep yourself happy. It's not your partner's. It's your responsibility to keep yourself healthy and happy. But it's the mutual responsibility for the relationship to be happy and healthy, right? I always want to hear the truth. Saves time on dancing around. Exactly. I'm the same. Chaos. If I ask, sometimes I just go. I've gone a lot of times to Dex. I'm like, I just need to vent, and he's like, okay. And sometimes I go, I need your opinion on this, and there's a major difference. And if you give me your opinion without me asking for it, I will snap. I will be like, I didn't ask for your opinion, man. I just needed to vent. So there's a huge difference. If I come and ask for an opinion, I'm ready to hear it, however it may look. But if I'm just there to vent and pour my heart out, I always let people know. I might be in the middle of a fucking like statement, be like, I just need to vent about this. Sorry. But I always let people know what I need. And it Dex has finally figured out the different cues for it. I say finally as but it took a few times in order for Dex to realize when I just need to talk about something to whether I need his opinion about it. And we're in a state now, in a relationship here, in our friendship, that we have finally figured out each other's cues of when is it just a vent, or when is it I need to hear your opinion on this, right? But it took a bit. So yeah, I think, do you have someone you want to rate into, Dex?
I've got another quick question.
Oh yeah, of course.
Relationship related. So in personal experience, I've had it where recent times, I think the one in high school wasn't a good relationship. It wasn't what I wanted anyway. But recent times when I've chosen the ones right, whatever, the breakups haven't been bad and negative. It's been like either we're not compatible, most of the time, or it's not working out as we thought it was going.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call that a bad breakup.
Not necessarily.
Right. But I don't know what it is, if it's a pride thing or it's a feelings thing, but the contact afterwards has never been a thing.
It's never been what you said? I had a
The
knock on my door.
contact has faded. It's like gone.
Yeah.
Not that I'm bothered. I'm not bothered. But I don't know, it's both sides. It's both sides. After a relationship, it's like, oh, we can still be friends. But it's never really a thing.
I think that is a not knowing the people that you were in a relationship, but I think it's that whole concept of, first and foremost, age and experience, but also they wanted a certain kind of connection from you, and that was let go of. And because they don't know how to transform that into what it was before, they leave it.
Right.
For example, Bobby and I can take Bobby into perspective here. When things ended, we gave each other the respectable space, right, in order to kind of null that relationship status, right? And after some time, there was like this mutual like contact, in because we didn't want to, like, I didn't want to let go of Bobby in that aspect because he means a lot to me, right? And meant a lot to me. And so I pursued the friendship, right? Because I want to be surrounded by good people, right? And Bobby is a good person. Just because it didn't work out romantically doesn't mean that we couldn't have a friendship. But there's still like there has to be some kind of time provided in order for mentally, emotionally, recovery and also adjustment to a new narrative. But I also think it has to be a very much mutual thing. So let's say you reached out to one of them today, right?
Right.
If
yeah.
they showed interest in pursuing a friendship, right? Then you could have it. But if there's not that mutual interest in having it, it would never be there, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think from your perspective, like, you know, with the pride, but you said that we could be friends, right? I think
Not
it's
even like that.
What is it
It's
like?
just it's just like I don't know, it's not working out. We'll be friends though.
Yeah.
And then you give it a break because you have feelings still, or
Yeah.
they might have feelings still, and you kind of let it die down, and then it's like no one wants to go back into the top because still have feelings.
Yeah. Well, then
So
it's like that one-sided kind of thing, right? That maybe you have let go of it, but they haven't. So it's not that easy for them, like, to kind of pursue a friendship after. But again, I also think it's a matter of experiences and age, because I think there's a lot of stigmatism and also a lot of like controversies around being friends with your ex. But I think it's also a matter of whether or not people have kids or have been divorced and have kids, because I think a lot of people who have kids and they're not together with their, like, you know, kids' parents, it's a different view that you have on that, because prior to me having kids, I could never consider being friends with an ex. I thought it was weird. Whereas today it's I have a completely different view on it, because I have to, right? I kind of have to make it work with my ex in order to give my child the right upbringing, right? And I think that is also why I have that perspective change on it with, of course you can be friends with an ex. Of course you can have that, you know, friendship. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there is any pursuit of anything else, right? So yeah. No, I think it's an age and also an experience thing and also a situational thing, because I think there is a lot of like stigmatism around being friends with your ex.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The backgrounds next to each other look like an how the fuck do you pronounce that?
Ominous.
Being staring at you with two giant eyes. I mean, you're not wrong. It's a dragon or a big frog. Omniscient. 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 Is that right?
Omniscient.
I've heard of the word omnious, but people claim that that is not a thing, and I'm over here being like, it is.
Ominous.
But yeah, omnious or ominous, right? But omniscient, that was new. Omnious is a little different. Yeah, it's that like mysterious kind of thing, right? But so I know I think that is the reason why that
Mhm.
and then people can say just give it time, but I think it's also that whole concept of what does the other person believe, right?
Mhm.
Omniscient,
Yeah.
all-knowing. Oh, well then it is a dragon. Can't be a frog and be all-knowing. It can be a hypno frog.
Hip.
Hypno frog. Hypno toad. So I have a question.
Go
Have
for it.
you learned anything from our chat today?
Have I learned? Yeah. I've learned more on the whole monogamy thing, and what sexualities things like the broadness of them, because I don't really know what I am or what someone else is.
Hmm.
And yeah, more solidifying like what I already knew on like values and
Yeah.
connection stuff.
Well, that's good.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I would say yes.
I also said this in the break. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like, wow, let me try again. I thoroughly enjoyed the interactions we've had because you grant me like new perspectives on things that, like, also on you as a person, but that also shows growth, right? And I'm so fucking proud of that. But like there's so many perspectives, and also that you're not afraid of actually ask questions back and opening up a new conversation related to the other subject and such, right? Like
Yeah.
that whole comfortability in some of the things that you said, I've been like, oh, see, I didn't think of it that way, or I didn't know Dex like that. And it's interesting, and I like when I can walk away from a conversation feeling like I have something new with me, right?
Yeah.
So I thoroughly enjoyed that. Well, with that being said, I think it's time to wrap it up. Because we've been going for 4 hours and I need food. I haven't eaten yet. I legitimately woke up in a panic and I was like, thanks fucking sorry. Put on some clothes and then I sat here. So yeah, I need food. And yeah. So Dex, where can people find you, and what do you usually do of content?
What do I do? You can find me Discord probably is the best, although I don't have my own Discord. So Twitch, sometimes I stream. Usually it's with someone or doing community stuff. Or maybe tarot readings or whatever. If you want a reading, be up Discord.
You have to repeat all of that.
Mama, your
because
child
as you
has
can see,
arrived.
I open up for my commands and there is
Oh,
just
dear.
15,000 sounds on top of each other. So people can find you mostly on Discord, you said.
Discord, yeah, it's probably best. Add me on
Yeah.
Discord. Or DM me if you need me, whatever.
Mm.
But I do Twitch sometimes.
Yes.
Follow me. Whatever.
There we go. There was your shout out. Thank you. That was wild. That was so many fucking commands at the same time. I should have done that in the ad break. Oh my god. But so Discord, Twitch,
Tarot readings. What else do I do? Community games.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, to be fair.
Yeah. It's a good time over there. You should go and vibe with him. Is
He's
there
good.
anyone you have in mind that we could send a raid to? Or do you want me to find someone?
Bees Live?
You said Bees Live?
Bees Live. Mental Health Mondays.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of related.
With the karaoke. We can definitely send you
Yeah.
guys over there. For sure. Oh. For sure. For sure, Miss Shissel McNizzle. So, with that being said, thank you so much for joining me today, Dex. I generally do appreciate
No
it.
problem. It was great.
It was good.
I hope you invite me back for something else.
we shall see. People will have to watch and look out for that, right? So I enjoy these. Me too, Chaos. Me too. Yes.
Thanks for everyone being here in chat too.
Yeah. Thank
And
you
the
all for
questions.
supporting this so much. I genuinely love it. And also it supports the person behind, like, that is in the chair as well when you guys show up and show love and care for them.
Before we go,
Mhm.
did you wanna expose our project?
Our
Or not yet?
project. Oh, we are currently in the makes of we're trying to make it happen. We haven't discussed it so much, like we don't have all the details in it.
Logistically.
Yeah, we're still trying to make it work, but in the future there is gonna be a game show evolving around Dex being single.
It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's also funny.
Yes. So look out for that too, guys. We still need the details in order for that, but look out for it. In the meantime, as I always say at the end of this, thank you all for being here today. I generally do appreciate it. Remember to keep your thoughts positive as they become your words, but lead your behavior that becomes your habits, for habits, values for, but lead to destiny. Do the change, just grow. Until next time, turn on those notifications. Next sit down is going to be on Wednesday with Savvy and Lilson.
Let's go.
Remember that I love you guys. Take care of yourself. Drink water, right? Bye-bye.
Bye.
All the truth I could tell.